Hello, friends, Romans, countrymen. Lend me your fears so that I may alleviate them. Title of this video is I miss Spacey. I do miss Spacey. I was watching some things and I happened upon an old video from Laverne of me and Spacey singing What's the Matter With? And it's really a very strong take. So I'm impressed that I had the whole guitar part memorized at the time, I guess. I certainly don't anymore. I'll tell you what happened to him in a little bit. But it made me sad. It made me feel a lot of fondness towards him, remembering his silly ways, you know. Like Spacey was somebody who, you know, he's even more childlike than I am. So I'd be like, come on, Spacey, we need to practice this. He's like, I just practiced it. Okay, you ran through it once. That's not practicing, dude. Or we do a couple takes of things. And I knew that I had a few takes before he started getting fussy about me wanting to do too many takes. It's like, dude, stop countervaluing NI. We're looking for the thing that pops, you know? We're trying to get it just right. Of course, with Spacey, he learned all the words and melodies of my songs, like, and faster than I could believe. It was insane how quickly, without working on it at all, just, you know, I'd say, okay, well, let's run through it a couple times. You'd look at the words a couple of times. We'd run through it a couple times. By like the third time, you have the whole fucking thing memorized. And he was really, his musical chops were quite impressive. He's very pitch perfect, like good, excellent pitch. Now, stylistically, he does have a little bit of a Bette Midler thing going on. Who, me or you, Bill Nye? Are you self-identifying as that? Are you accusing me of being that? I mean, shouldn't you wait for me to say something dumb first? Okay. Hi, Rather Vicky. So yeah, here's the summary. I was living in Laverne with Kimberly, and Kimberly and I discussed the possibility of letting Spacey stay with us after he had come to visit on the for the TWFP summer camp. And he really didn't want to go back, and he expressed that to me. He's like, I want to stay here with you. And I said, well, it's not impossible. We do have a basement room that's currently unoccupied. And so I'll get to that in a second. And so the problem was that was going fine enough. But then Spacey got this brilliant idea of basically encouraging this random girl to fly to LA and live with him. Except, you know, he was already a guest in our house. And Kimberly said very clearly no. And I said, hey, we just can't do it, dude. And he said, well, she's landing, and either we're there to pick her up or we just leave her homeless in LA. I'm like, well, I guess I'll go pick her up. But anyway, so that was a significant factor, I think, in the rapidness of the end of the relationship between me and Kimberly. Because then I was put in the camp of people that was supporting this decision by Spacey. I was not in that camp. I was just trying to make peace with what we had, you know. But eventually, Kimberly and I broke up. And then I had this new problem, which was I still had Spacey and girlfriend, Tori, to deal with, but I no longer had a place for them to stay for free, right? So anyway, I did my very best to sort of support them, help them out, and tried to basically I directed all the typing session revenue to Spacey, and I set out sort of a plan like, here, make a bunch of videos like this, and you can get this typing business like to generate a lot more business. Then you'll get all those funds to help you support yourself here until it gets big enough that I can start claiming some of the funds again or something. But he didn't really follow through on what I told him to do, and that's fine. I didn't really expect him to, but he put it in a situation where, okay, well, here we are, where I need to have a meeting with you and Tori because I can't pay for your upcoming rent, and we haven't generated enough money from the typing sessions, and we need to talk about it, Well, Tori refused to even show up to the meeting. I said, okay. And when I said something to Spacey about it, he kind of defended her, and that pissed me off. And so, I know what happened. He said, he made it clear that she was doing defamation of me in my own community when I wasn't around, consistently defaming me to various people, telling various lies and stuff. And so at that point, I got mad, and I just said, okay. I removed Spacey from the channel. That was it. You deal with it yourself now. So he ended up going back to New York with Tori, and they obviously, that relationship didn't last very long because she has a lot of damage, Talk about Pariston. I don't know who Pariston is. Anyway, that relationship's long over for him. That girlfriend despised me and wanted to do everything in the world to basically poison the world against me. Until after they broke up, at which point she emailed me saying, I'm really sorry about all that stuff I said. It's just my illness. It's not about you at all, blah, 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 blah. Can you help me get Spacey back? And I was like, if Spacey asked me to do that, I'll be happy to do it. Did I mention the song? So the song, right. I want to put up this song that I'm talking about that made me think of Spacey and made me miss him and make me want to contact him and talk with him and also work with him again. It's like he's an awfully good person to work with. It's like I doubt it. I seriously doubt he does, but I don't watch his channel. It's like, let's say you're a doctor who does nose jobs. Yeah, she did, Octavio. Let's say you're a plastic surgeon, okay? And other people might think you're interested in rhinoplasty, that you would like to watch other doctors who do rhinoplasty talk about it. In fact, that's the last thing in the world you're interested in. It's like the last thing in the world I'm interested in is watching somebody else talk about typology. I think that's the video that I'm talking about. Let me double check. It was the link on my clipboard, so I'm not actually sure, but oh no. Fuck. That's audio 2, top billing. I'll find the thing I'm looking for. I just need to go to the community tab. No, I didn't put it there. That's why it's not there. Fucking goddamn it. All right, let me search here. All right, so I actually just made this the this is the right link here. I actually just made this video that I just put right there, the landing video for unsubscribe to people, and the video that you get, if you're a subscriber and you get there and something autoplays, it'll autoplay that. The reason I decided to do that is, number one, I think it's a really great take. Like there's one problem with it. There's a certain spot in the middle where I speed up, and then for the rest of the song I play at that speed. I don't like the fact that I sped it up, and I wish it were at the same speed the whole way through. But beyond that, it's a pretty impressive take from my perspective, because to me, it's very hard to execute that song just right with two people. It requires paying attention to a lot of shit, especially from memory. All of that was memorized. No, she's an ISFJ. She was a ISFJ with BPD, just like my ex-girlfriend. In fact, as soon as she got there, I was like, this girl's so much like Kimberly. Except Tori was younger than a lot younger than Kimberly, so she had no experience. But more importantly, Kimberly was BPD'd into believing herself less qualified, less intelligent, less capable than she actually is. That's not true with Tori. She was BPD'd into believing herself more capable, more intelligent, and so forth than she actually is. In other words, her parents had unreasonable expectations for her. So why do you feel you were still in love with your ex? You were just fed up with her, but you love her still. It's an interesting reality with BPD people. I've talked with Rachel about this before. There's something so inherently tragic about BPD people that you have a lot of intense, intimate moments with them. So they may not be positive, but they're very intense and they're very intimate. And it's like an old war buddy, right? You've gone through some serious battles with and stuff. So I think more about Kimberly as an ex than I do any of my other exes. It's not because I love her, want to be with her, or anything like that. Our sex life was fucking terrible. Like it was a nightmare the whole time. So it's like we are not meant to sure, I've called him before too, and he said, I can't talk right now. I said, okay, I'll call back in a few hours. And of course I forgot about it, and we haven't talked since. So it's not like I need the I'm scared to reach out or something, but rather well, I think this video should, if somebody shoots him a link to this video, he'll get the gist of it. It's like I'm not looking for anything from him. I just felt today, oh, I miss Spacey. That's all. We're talking borderline. So Kimberly and her ex, INTJ, were both borderline. And we've talked before about how the borderline person in our past, we tend to think about more, and somebody might misconclude what Nakamura Shelton says there. Why do I feel that you're still in love with your ex? You were just fed up with her, but you're still in love with her. No, that's not the case. What is the case is that when you're in a relationship with BPD people, you have a series of extremely intense, intimate connections, mostly negative, but nevertheless extremely intense and intimate. And so you also walk away from those relationships realizing the tragedy of this person who was ruined. That they were a good person. Man. You could have loved them, but they were ruined.
I do feel like there's a recovery period after being with someone who has borderline. The thing is that borderline can be so charismatic, and it's like, at least for me, I wanted to like help. I didn't know it was borderline at the time. I didn't know it was borderline till like really like the end of the relationship, and I was like,
why can't I get through to this person? Why are we not? We at first what they do is they gaslight you basically, and so you're confused about what's going on.
Did you get love bombed?
No, Kimberly didn't do that.
Okay.
You got love bombed because that's good TE for you. But did all my ex-girlfriends appear on the channel? The channel started in officially, I think, 2012, but it really more like 2015-ish, 14-ish. And at the time, I was married to my second wife. She's been on the channel, yes. The woman I got with that, briefly, I wouldn't have called her my girlfriend, really. She never went on the channel, Capio, but she was just a friends with benefits thing. The girl I got with after that was on the channel. You can see her videos of her on the channel and stuff, but it was secret that I was humping her. And then the next girlfriend I had was Kimberly. And then the girlfriend after that is Rachel. The thing is, I'm not somebody who goes through a lot of girlfriends, right? So I expect my relationship to last a long time. It's only when I determine that the woman is not working with me towards the same goal that inevitably a relationship has to end. It's like the problem with I think girls are more likely to get love bombed than guys. Anyway,
possibly. I mean, can we define it for them? Because it's more than one person asking. Like for me, it was like what Hambo's right is saying that they shower you with gifts, compliments, and they make you feel so loved and like it's like, wow, I feel like a special person. They make you feel very special in very weak moments. So like I went on my first date with the BPD and then right away we were boyfriend, girlfriend. I had no say in it.
Now, note the difference, though, here also. Rachel's a receiver, and he probably perceived her as, in some way, lacking self-confidence that made her susceptible to that. What I got instead was constantly being cut down because I was perceived by her as being too confident, happy, and secure.
Yeah, I was the opposite. I was seen as lost and out of control in my life, and that he made it seem like being with him would solve a lot of those problems, but he really just told me just to get a job, like always. And then I did get a job, and like he wasn't happy. We never saw each other. We just never saw each other. But that borderline stuff doesn't stop. Like,
right, you can't satisfy them.
Yeah.
The key thing about a borderline relationship with a BPD person is no, BPD is irrelevant to type. It's entirely derived from early childhood trauma.
Yeah.
It is not relationship to type.
Yeah.
I certainly hope not. When I say I miss Spacey, I mean
gosh.
I haven't talked to him in a while. I don't mean he's dead. I certainly hope not. I have no reason to think that's the case.
We spoke to him maybe 2 months ago. We called him because we just did. And he said that he was going to call us back or something. And he never did. So, which is not.
No, I said I was going to call him back and I never did. Anyway, yeah, being with borderline it's very intense. And the thing is, it's like you're always trying to get back to zero. So in a good relationship, your partner's sort of affording you points for being a good relationship partner on a regular basis. Thanks for getting that for me. I appreciate it. I love how we get along so well in this area. Oh, you look so pretty, or whatever. Various affirmational words or other love languages that reinforce the relationship. The thing is, that's distracting. That's the one big problem with trolls is I have to distract myself to remove it, and then I forget what I was talking about. Anyways, the BPD thing is right. You're always trying to get back to zero. So Rachel and I are ahead a million points because we affirm each other regularly. We have talks about why the relationship works and how it works and how we're on the same page. If we ever doubt for a second we're on the same page, we seek reassurance from the partner and we always get it.
Yeah.
There's a continual stressing of a couple of realities. One, I love you unconditionally. I'm not going anywhere and you're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
We are permanent. We don't have to worry about any surprises like that. So, for example, if Rachel and I were to break up, as I've explained to her, it would be after a 6 months or a year's worth of fighting about an unresolvable issue before we break up. Since Rachel's not BPD, it would have to be an actual issue that we couldn't see eye to eye on, and it would have to escalate into increasing differentiation, and then we'd break up. So the thing that I think people like me and Rachel want to be reassured of, at least, is that we're not going to be surprised in ways that are inconsistent with the meanings we agree on. So it's like, I was explaining the other day, yesterday maybe, about how I really want Rachel to feel completely safe, in part because I want her to be able to enjoy things in full. Like, I want to go to Japan because I think that sounds really cool. I love Japanese culture. And I think for a stretch of time, Rachel had this irrational fear that I'm going to fall in love with Japan and get with a Japanese girl and dump her or something.
No, it wasn't like that. It was more like you would fall in love with Japan and I would be on this trip not enjoying it. You know what I mean? It's very hard for me.
Right, but because she's NI. So it's like, from an SI perspective, I view going to Japan as an opportunity for me to create a reality. And obviously, I include Rachel in all the realities I create. Thank you, Legends Fall. I'm not offended by that. But I think you're misunderstanding affect for reality. So Rachel and I were also talking about this earlier. I don't believe our relationship has a leader. I was saying how one of the big stresses of life back when I made that video with Spacey was I had to be a leader all the time. In other words, Kimberly needed leadership and Spacey needed leadership. Rachel doesn't need leadership. And neither do I. Occasionally we need helpful feedback, but we're on the same page. So there doesn't need to be a leader. Now you might say, well, Eric, you obviously lead. Well, I'd say, Eric, you're obviously the extrovert. That's true. I'm obviously the extrovert. But there is no hierarchy between us. We are equals.
I like that. Like,
it's the only healthy relationship, in my opinion.
Yeah. I feel very lucky in this.
Well, this is the thing. My girlfriend's bipolar too, men like gods.
Yeah.
But that's a huge difference between BPD and bipolar. Bipolar is one thing, but BPD, the closer you get in terms of the level of intimacy in your relationship, the harder they abuse you. So BPD people can be super cool and nice and great people to people they aren't very close to, right? Everyone but the people they love the most. Because the core philosophy of okay, well, I'm welcome for him to do that. You misspelled his name though, Bill Nye. I'm sorry. That is quite tragic. You were onto something there that was gonna really get me. But you misspelled his name. So Bill Nye. Cloud, sorry. Cloud, I'm just gonna time you out because I'm assuming your brother will be back pretty soon. Maybe he's gone. Don't hide Bill Nye because Cloud's getting on his brother's computer. We'll let his brother continue to. We'll let his brother know next time real Bill Nye is here. Please change your password.
No, Nakamura Shelton.
No, that's the thing. And that's the thing, right? Nakamura Shelton, that is the fucking thing. And when you say, it seems like you still care about her, that's the thing. I go, she's been harmed. I know how to fix this. I will love her unconditionally. I will reassure her unconditionally. It just makes it worse.
Yeah.
Because then the more is at stake when you betray them, as you inevitably will abandon and betray them.
There's like
the thing that you're going to lose is bigger and bigger and bigger. So they are punishing you ever more for what they are going to make you throw away.
Yeah.
As it gets bigger and bigger and more valuable to them.
So the dude the INTJ that I dated, he was always saying how I should get a job, and then I get a job, and then he pulls away because he doesn't get to see me on his time anymore. So he would use like manipulative tricks to keep me involved with him, but he was never actually there. So it was like it just mind games and emotional games. Emotional games are what BPD people are really good at. They can get to the heartstrings of something and make you feel confused. Like, is this real life? Like, literally, like, you, like, really question, like, life in general. Like,
Hambone, the best way to put it is this. BPD is proof of my definition of the prime directive. Closing the distance between the map and the territory. They have had built into them as a hardware function rather than a software function because it happens to them so young. The idea that that the way this map plays out at the end of this journey is you abandon me.
Yeah.
And so rather than allowing there to be a gap between their map and reality, they make reality match their map.
Exactly. So like he wasn't happy that like we weren't seeing each other on his time. So he would find other like women to speak with, you know, while we weren't together when we weren't together. And I was like, how is that right? That's not right. Like you like I'm supposedly your girlfriend. Like you're supposed to
NPD people don't treat will engage in abusive or manipulative or usy behaviors on people that they don't love as well as on people that they love. Whereas BPD, it's only on people that they don't love.
Correct.
Only people that they do love that they treat badly.
Yeah.
People that they don't love and aren't close to, they treat great because at the end of the day, their map isn't making a fundamental question, will this person abandon me? Because they aren't very close, so it doesn't matter. But then look in contrast at bipolar. Rachel was, when experiencing the manifestations of extreme bipolar, was way crazier than Kimberly ever was. But she was never abusive to me. It's like, that's a huge fucking difference, right? It's like loving somebody who loves you back and in a good relationship, and they're going through a period that's very challenging for them, but they're not trying to take it out on you.
No, I actually really wasn't.
Is an extraordinarily different situation than somebody who's not going through a hard time at all, but is trying to take it out on you anyway.
Yes. You're their main source. It's a source, and you are a source of whatever contention they have against
You're that thing that's always happened.
Yeah.
Where every time I trust the map that this relationship is going to be okay, I get burned and betrayed and abandoned.
Yeah.
Of course, they don't put two and two together. That only the first time was it that case. Every other time since, they forced the other person to abandon them.
Yeah. Yo, I can't even. At the end of our relationship, me and INTJ, I literally felt like I was the one who had the problem. And then he blocked me.
To maximally attain that kind of gaslighting.
Yeah.
Of course, here's the deal. I probably would have been in the same boat. They are very effective at convincing you there's something wrong with you. But the reason I wasn't in the same boat is I had the YouTube channel. Mm-hmm. And so I go on live streams and I talk about, okay, I said that, and Kimberly, is that okay? Am I crazy here? And I get the response, no, that's not okay. You're not crazy. Although she was so good at gaslighting, she had several channel people who were very close to me and convinced she was right.
I actually saw that video.
And, okay, well, dialectical behavioral therapy is the only means in which BPD can be treated. I agree with you. Well, and here's the problem. This is the problem. As with Kimberly, I said to her, Kimberly, listen, you have borderline personality disorder. You need to get treated. I do not have BPD. Listen, if you don't have BPD, then you're just wantonly emotionally abusive. I said, yes, that's it. I'm just wantonly emotionally abusive. I said, that's not better. Why? Because she doesn't want a diagnosis.
No.
She will not accept one, and she won't go get treatment for it. So it doesn't matter how effective dialectical behavioral therapy is. If your BPD person is so BPD, they will never in a billion years admit they're BPD.
Yeah, no. And they're not gonna. I went to a seminar dealing with mental health, and one of the seminars that I went to talked about BPD, and it was two parents who were advocating for their son. And they said that their son went to therapy, but that they would get kicked out of therapy, that he would get kicked out of therapy almost every time because he would build a relationship, then he would feel vulnerable, and then he would act out. So it's like...
Again, closing the gap between map and territory.
Yeah.
Wait, this isn't according to my map. This is going well. These people are nice. They seem like I can trust them.
Yes.
That's not what my map says.
No.
Let me prove I can't trust them by being so difficult that they will, in fact, say, okay, fuck it.
Yes. They said that, his parents said that he was so difficult that they would say, I'm sorry, we cannot help you. Like, that's big. That's really... Oh, Peter's here. Yeah, that's hard, Eric. The girl I knew who had BPD was extremely relieved when she got a diagnosis, says Morridge.
I mean, that's great. If you can find a BPD person who acknowledges they have BPD and expresses a desire to work with DBT or some other methodology of working with it, then it's plausible that you could stay with a BPD person, because then you could. Thank you, Hambone.
Thank you, Hambone.
Then you could. It did. It worked better than anything else up to in place 48. Becky made progress where I had failed for 2 straight years, saying the same things I was saying, but they weren't coming from me.
That makes such a difference. They're not going to listen to the person they're in the relationship with.
It's important to remember also, I'm an objective, honest person. So I have a fully objective, honest assessment of Becky. Becky was a great therapist. I was really impressed with her therapy. Becky had a lot of really informative things to say. I learned a lot from Becky. You know? Just because she turned out to be a straight up gash doesn't mean, I'll explain that in a second, doesn't mean that I shouldn't credit her for all the shit she deserves credit for. Note the lack of reciprocity there, of course, because she's BPD. Or something like that. I don't know. Messed up in some way.
Type 8. Yeah.
She has accountability avoidance disorder. And all non actual mental illness psychology problems boil down to accountability avoidance disorder, which is the refusal to engage honestly with your own shortcomings and try to address them.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. There's people that I know in my family who I'll never get.
She didn't hate labels. She loved being labeled an ISFJ and lots of other things. She didn't want to be diagnosed because then she'd be required to do something about it. Right, personality disorders are very serious business, and they all break down to the same fundamental mechanical flaw, which can be described as accountability avoidance disorder. If you are unable to trust, then you can't admit you're wrong.
Yeah.
Because the person you admit you're wrong to will then use it against you. I remember the first time Kimberly did that, I was stunned. I said, okay, you know what, Kimberly, you're absolutely right about this, and I'm sorry, blah, 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 blah. Well, that's what I'm talking about. So you've just admitted it. You've just admitted it. Like, what? Wait, stop. Do you not know how to do this? When one partner apologizes, the other person doesn't use that acknowledgement against them. They interpret it as a representation of a fundamentally good mindset that I want to be healthy with you. And of course, she heard not a fucking word.
And that's
I don't know how many times I said, listen to me. I don't know how many times I said, work with me, not against me. Didn't do a goddamn bit of good.
The dude that I was dating, like, I know, I mean, I like to talk Enneagram, so I believe that he was type 5, and type 5 compartmentalize their relationships when they are under stress. And so, like, the INTJ would, like, separate me from his family, from his work friends, from his, like, his other friends. It was like we would all be, like, he would be at the center of all of this, but we would never actually meet. So it was like he just kind of like a power trip.
Right. So I missed Cloud. Well, no, he was just here under the name Bill Nye. And as intellectually barren as always. If you have given the option, Eric, to be in a relationship or friendship, will you choose BPD or MPD? Friendship, BPD for sure. I'm friends with Liz. She's BPD. She didn't take her BPD out on me.
No.
In fact, she does this. She takes her BPD out on her husband to me. So she'll be like, God, Corey, and just complain about shit on him and basically say, like, it's her way of going, see, if my loved one were just like a regular person like you, Eric, I wouldn't have any problems. Bull fucking shit. And I had plenty of arguments with her where I say, but Liz, you're not. Eventually I stopped banging my head up against that wall because she's an FI Dom and, you know, also BPD, so whatever. Men like gods, the other way around here. No acquaintances allowed.
That's why we introduced, hi friends.
There are no acquaintances, no workmates, no colleagues, no amigos, no compadres, no crew. There are only friends here. We are all friends.
Karma's Pimp brings up a good notion. I do think broken families do result in PTSD. The lack of feelings of love and connectedness can make a person more prone to additional PTSDs, where those who are more full might not get PTSD.
Okay,
What are the others?
I disagree with that entirely. Broken families meaning the parents get divorced. No, the key thing to avoiding BPD is to have one adult who genuinely loves you unconditionally and tells you so and reassures you and reinforces you and whom you can absolutely rely upon and who does not abandon or betray you. If you have one adult in your life as a kid who's that and you have enough access to that adult, you won't have BPD.
Hi, Irish Republic. Yeah.
You just need one. You need one adult who's truly committed to being your loving guardian and protecting you and looking out for you and telling you how much they love you and telling you how valuable you are and all those sort of things. Yeah, the kids need to hear.
My dad was that for me. Luckily, as a kid, he couldn't really justify my actions as I got older because he couldn't relate. Like, he wasn't like, he's an ENFP, so like, he was already like, he already had kids and had been working at a full-time job for 3-4 years before I was born. So like, he couldn't justify like my lifestyle as I got older. But when I was young, he did stick up for me and made sure that I had a childhood. And my friends, my family, my mom and my dad would make sure that we went outside as kids. And I had a very loving grandmother. My grandma La Pelosa was very loving. And so on my dad's side of the family, I experienced a lot of love, where my mom was the disciplinary. You know, there's got to be, I guess, someone to discipline the kids. But I wouldn't say that I received the most. I received the warmth from my dad. So I was very lucky.
Nakamura Shelton, let me respond to what you say there. Nakamura Shelton says, in one video you said most INPs are borderline, or are they similar to BPD? I don't know what video you're talking about. I don't believe I've ever said anything along the lines of, okay, maybe prior to getting with Kimberly, I may have said INFPs are most likely to be borderline before I understood it better. But as far as I know, I've never said anything about INTPs and INFPs being more likely to be borderline. Like I said, it's possible I said it about INFPs, but I don't think I thought. If you saw a video in which I said they're borderline, it may have been during the time period. There was a time period when I had trouble telling them apart, INFPs and INTPs, and when I was typing sessions. And I was maybe it's always kind of borderline which DOM it is. So I said it about INFP. Okay. I retract that statement. I was wrong. Okay. I don't doubt that I did say it about INFPs, that they're more prone to BPD. I was wrong when I said that. I retract that statement. I concede I was wrong. I now understand it better. I wish I hadn't made that mistake. What about INTJs and autism and ENTPs and ADD? Okay, so my perspective on that is that no INTJ has autism unless they're also retarded. So in other words, what is considered spectrum is two very distinct things. There's FE polar and an INTJ, which looks like autism and is sometimes called Asperger's, which is not a disorder. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I saw it. I looked at the, it gives me the option to view the deleted message. So I viewed one of them and saw it. So the thing is, if you want to call Asperger's FE polar, well, fine, but it's not related at all to autism. As a former special ed teacher who worked with plenty of autistic students, autism always goes along with mental retardation. So if you're not mentally retarded, you do not have autism. And that is a mistake that people are making to broaden what's an actual something wrong with you into an ontological kind of something wrong with you. And that's a terrible, terrible thing to do. Same with ADHD. And ENTPs and ESTPs, and to a lesser extent, their introverted counterparts, but especially in ENTPs, it just is the case that amphetamines help us to function a little better. A little bit of amphetamines do. that doesn't mean there's something wrong with us. It means that, like everybody in the world, we aren't perfectly fit to the modern world. The modern world has a lot of different shit in it, some of which is perfectly fit to some types, some of which is perfectly fit to other types. But we all have to manage with some aspects of life for which our function configuration is not well suited. So, like sitting in school at a desk, being a receiver and deliberator and not an actor type all the time is torture. So we ask ENTPs and ESTPs to sit in classrooms and receive their fourth slot function and deliberate their tool function. Without any link at all to purpose or metaframe. So it is the case that there's some SJ privileges real. So the modern world is most well suited to ESTJs because, frankly, there's a lot of ordinal hoops to jump through that don't make any sense. And that's ESTJ's fucking gold mine right there. A bunch of hoops to jump through that don't make any sense. I'm in heaven.
Yeah.
I'm gonna smoke a bowl. Let's take we're gonna take a short intermission. That means I'm gonna turn this around and play a song. Wow. We take a smoke break.
It's the Matrix, guys.
Okay, now we're gonna go over to here. I'll put on a song.
Europeans come over here every day. They say, hey, Eric, what you doing today? I said, I'm going to play. Would you like to play? This ain't no say. Could I take a page to pay? Hey, you are from France, I suppose. That means you kind of like to do those kind of things where you make very little sense. But you sing and you ring the lower bell when you bring your kick over your shoulder good. You French know how to make good. Emily's a lady who makes ladies the hats. She'll make you a hat that's made all out of eggs. Really? I want my hat on off my eggs, but I would like to wear it on my leg. Sure. She will make me a leg hat too. She'll say, here's a leg hat made out of eggs for you. And sticking from the bottom of your torso all the way to the ground. Look at my little legs. Abraham Lincoln has surely found his man. Cause you're all leggy. The kind of thing about them songs when they are crazy. You stand out from the crowd. As is appropriate, given that your legs are out. It's only been you should stand up all that time for my fist. Say, hooray, leg race. People, you a wonderful nation.
Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate blaming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym, make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you got
Let's both have lots invested.
Like whatever feeling I felt, it just took me right back into the back of my old
That's
friends.
not a reason
Looking out
to
the
stay
window, thinking
around.
what are those? What was that like car thing?
Through the years, both been tested. Time to move up. Find higher ground.
So he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym, make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you. And you'll want to know the way to get back out to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do in the direction I point to still seem a part of me, the departed me. And I wonder, well, it's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do in the direction I point to still seem a part of me, the departed me. Yeah. And I wonder, yeah. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again.
Octavia Silva, I was wondering, do you feel you can make artwork that would make good stickers? Stickers seem to be very in right now, which I'm surprised about, I guess. I've always loved stickers, but yeah, I was just wondering. Because I saw this artist on Instagram, it reminded me of your work, and was wondering if...
Turn the camera, Eric. Don't move the thing, stupid. It's like, Thanks, Octavia. I really appreciate that. The thing about that song right there that you just heard, that Matter of Mood, that's a song I made and produced way back before like 2005. And so I see that as indicative of what I call the chef phenomenon. The chef phenomenon is this. Joe and Bob are both have been tasked to cook something. Joe is a trained French chef, blah, 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 blah. And Bob is a fry cook. And they're both being tasked with making a burger. It's very much the case that the fry cook's burger is going to be as good or better than the fancier burger, right? It's not necessarily the case that the fancier one's better. But additionally, let's say you have the fancy trained chef and the fry cook compete at, say, make a complete meal, 4-course meal, and some sort of a TV show. Well, 98% of the time, the fancy 4-course chef is gonna win. But there's always that lightning in a bottle quality with one-off creations, which is sometimes you just get lucky and throw a bunch of shit in the soup and it comes out fucking perfect, right? It doesn't matter if it doesn't mean you're a great cook. It just means on that instance you happen to nail it, that soup or whatever. With stuff that is one-off creations, that's always possible. I was asked by Cloud if there's any chance that I'm a legit ISFJ. No. Oftentimes, I kind of wish I had a lot more ISFJ skills, but definitely not.
So how is it talking to another ISFJ, my sister?
I like your sister. Yeah,
I think she likes you too.
I feel the duality connection. You know, it's like she's Alpha Quadra, she's SI Dom. I also though I'm not particularly interested in talking to her a lot.
Sure.
Partially because of that, you know. It's like I find that connection right there to be a will-o-wisp. If you never know what the will-o-wisp is a creature that is a light that seems very close to you in the dark forest. And so you walk to see what it is. And it just seems a little further away. And it leads you to a swamp where you get eaten by a monster. So I find that ISFJ kind of sparkle. And I do see it in your sister. But I also am not fooled by it at all. I recognize it for what it is. There's a natural camaraderie between alpha type people.
Yeah.
And it's also the case that one thing I learned with Kimberly, and we started saying fairly early on actually in the relationship, is, although that probably had a lot to do with her BPD, is I wish we would have been friends instead. But I feel that way about ISFJs. It's like, I don't doubt that ENTPs and ISFJs will experience what they perceive to be chemistry, and it is chemistry, but it's not lover chemistry. So,
like my sister loves the questions that you have to ask her, which are like questions that I wouldn't even think of, like simple questions, like about if she wears a sweater or not when it's cold and the temperature, and she loves those questions. And
I use her as an ISFJ checker, right? Because we've been talking about the thermostat thing. When we started this video, she had no sweater on, and later I looked and she had a sweater on.
Yep.
And I wanted to know I wanted to find out if the following phenomenon had occurred. Did she get home, it was cold, turn on the heater, but it hadn't warmed up yet, and so put on the sweater in the interim? See, an ISFJ will do that, and ENTP will sit there in the cold waiting for the heater to warm them up, even if it takes 10 minutes, you know? I want to address what Upton Place 48 said. Eric, remember when you disgustingly said, "You'll never be like me" to Queen's Gambit? Like a complete. So the actual kind of person who's likely to say that is somebody who's under prioritizing FE. That's actually not really likely to be a narcissist. I believe it. I was mad. Because I believe it, I probably shouldn't have said it, but I was mad at the time. Don't you believe it? Do you think Queen's Gambit will someday be like me? I don't. Does anybody here believe that? Well, we've got the active trolls here, you know. You do believe it? You believe that Queen's Gambit will be as good a typist as me? I certainly don't. He types his typology. He's changed his own type like 4 times.
Yeah, he's not sure of his own type.
So, I mean, what it is it's indicative of somebody who's not prioritizing the right thing. You know, it's like in that instance, I should win the bigger battle rather than the smaller battle. And the bigger battle would have been to handle it differently so that Upton Place 48 didn't get mad at me being such a douchebag, right? But regardless, I acknowledge that I should have dealt with it a little differently. I will now. I would now. You know, I continue to grow quickly. Actually, I've noticed. I'm a very different YouTuber than I was even a couple months ago. I learn from things. I try to. I make an effort to.
You definitely do.
Let me see what that song is. I'm curious.
Yeah, me too.
That's cool. Thanks, Octavia.
That is nice.
I like this song too. I never think about it much or play it really. I kind of have to refigure it out as what. Nice waltz. If a week from now you're an open flower, and tomorrow afternoon a bee, nature would never form democracy. That time before we attempted something together's not remember. You complained, but I explained, darling baby, that was way back in December. Nice.
It's a lovely song.
I like it.
Too. You're a very talented songwriter and performer.
Grogu says, it's possible to have an extroverted function as a dom and not have any interest in going out. Octavia said, you just described Eric. I actually do have a fair amount of interest in going out. We haven't gone out a lot lately, but
well, we're kind of limited, aren't we?
I
don't really care. I'm an introvert.
We've been limited somewhat, sure, but when I Okay, I'm gonna reward you for one additional layer of subtlety than you normally accomplish there, Cloud, and not put you on timeout. Don't think by any stretch of the imagination that you slipped anything by me there, okay? So okay. I mean, I don't know. It's like I go through phases, right? It's sometimes I like to go out and do things. And sometimes I like to go out like this. I like to visit with everybody online. I like to do that a lot, actually. And it's very much going out extroverted intuition wise, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go out and extroverted into it again. But I also do like going out in the world, and I think it's important for Rachel and I to do that. And I feel like Rachel likes going out in the world and likes me to initiate those outings. I don't think it occurs to her particularly often that she really wants to go out.
No, not anymore. No, I feel like happy here, so I don't feel the need to like go anywhere.
But
that's my natural tendency. My natural tendency is to more like stay inside and, like you say, receive. What?
You know, it's funny. I'm glad you reminded me of that before I even read that email. So one of the things I expected when I decided to put up that song I made to Fumble Hot was there are a few very obvious comments that I should expect to receive. Number one that I thought I would receive is, well, you're never going to become president singing silly songs like that. Now, Horace Mumbler delivered as it predicted, except it wasn't what I predicted. It was a critique of my wardrobe. Same basic sentiment, though. I understand going into making that and before I published it, because Rachel and I looked at it together. I talked to her about it and stuff before we published it. I understood and understand that I was inviting that comment. And my response to it is, and that is why you fail. Enigmatic, pointless, not saying anything. That's basically my response to it. Basically, like, well, of course, you know, of course, if somebody's going to be critiquing what they see of my processes based on this channel, then they're not going to conclude that I'm directionally moving towards that outcome. And so, you know, but the reality is, because I'm genuinely moving towards that outcome, I am not going to discuss those things very much. So what I've determined as I start genuinely moving towards those outcomes is that there's shit tons of pre-work before you're ready to show things to the public.
That's what everyone says.
And that's what I'm dealing with, you know, at a slow and steady pace. I'm not going to make the same mistake I made a million times before, which is put a bunch of effort in and then run out of gas and stop. I'm going to make myself persistently do it, something every day, you know, something relevant to the larger picture. And right. Well, you know, Neptune, the guy named Neptune, he incurred host Eric's Pimpin' Hand as his middle finger song. Would you like to hear, would you like me to post links to songs that I made to shit on specific people around the channel?
That's actually a good idea.
Let me find some more. All right, because that's not the only example of this. I have many examples of me shitting on Matt in a song after I talk to him. So there's Oh, it might be on the other. It's on the other channel. I'll find it. It's actually on my TWFP, short-lived TWFP music channel. After which I decided, this is dumb. I want more people to see my things, not fewer. Okay, so this channel has on it Rapping Eric's Pimpin' Hand.
That's a picture from Whisper of the Heart.
Now, don't go thinking
What?
this makes you special.
I'll show you when you go back.
Okay.
You're not the first little bitch I've had to destroy in song form. But you give me a good topic to rap about, I suppose. Make it count, stand and shout, pay account for the words that you have said. Make it count. Make it count, stand and shout, don't run and pout about the truths that are in your head. Make it count. When a famous person whines about
I never heard this.
lies, won't account, admires, problems, find out, 4-6 their duty, to stand, stop, shake loose their claims and turn about. Well then they're gonna hear host Eric shout. They're gonna hear him shout, no doubt. They're gonna hear me make it count. Little bitches love to snivel, they're mushy and avoidant drivel. But bitches are as bitches scraps get fussy when I kick their ass. Little bitches love to gripe and tantrum now because I'm right. Can we agree to disagree? Well, we can agree you're a little bitch. Make it count.
Hilarious.
Hilarious indeed.
Keep in mind, these are the fans that I also refer to as my friends. One of those friends, and the treatment they get when they're wrong,
Yeah.
goddammit. Oh, yeah.
The snappy, that was taken from,
From
yeah,
Okay.
Whisper of the Heart.
So here's this thing. I decided to do a live stream of my own songs
Yeah.
and copy the model of that one thing you always see, the lo-fi hip hop beats to
Yes.
sing and relax
You
to.
found the perfect picture.
But it didn't work for me. So turns out you got to do more than steal an anime picture to make your live stream
It
popular.
was meant to be, though.
Let's see, what else do I have here?
You did it for
Washington.
me.
I did this of you.
Yeah.
Did I publish that one?
Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Shame on me. Why did I do that?
Because we were fighting.
Oh, well, that's what you get for fighting.
I know, that's why. I said, I was like, I know what I'm getting into. I know who I'm dating. Well, for the most part, I'm like, you did to everyone else. I don't know why I would be an exception.
Oh, that link's not going to work. Hold on. Let me get another link. That's a back end link.
Someone asked if Spacey got in between the relationship between me and Eric, and I would say no.
This one has the lyrics, so it's a good one because it begins with I don't care about sentimentality at all. I mean, it's like, if you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. If you think that I did something wrong in some fashion that makes you want to cut me off, that's your deal, man. I don't have a beef like that.
Can I tell what happened from a third perspective?
Sure, of course.
So what happened between Eric and Spacey was that Spacey was here living in Chino Hills with Drury, and there was a lot of discord between Drury and Spacey, and Spacey wanted to stay in California, but the only way that he could do that was really either he finds his own job or he do more of the typing. So he wasn't living up to that expectation. He wasn't doing anything for the channel, so he wasn't getting paid from Eric.
Now, granted, remember, when he came to live with me and Kimberly, I had a free place for him to stay.
Yeah.
When he invited Tori against Kimberly's express wishes to him to live with us and told me, well, she's flying in and we either pick her up or she's homeless in LA. I said, well, we're going to pick her up,
Yeah.
That he created the situation that ensured, I mean, first of all, it definitely massively hurried along the end of the relationship, which isn't a bad thing for me, from my perspective. But it also means it hurried along the availability of me having free housing to give him. Now, I no longer have free housing to give him. And I talked to them about how I'm going to do everything I can to make sure I can provide housing for them anyway.
Yes.
Despite the fact that the reason really he doesn't have free housing anymore is because as a invited guest living there for free on the good graces of me and Kimberly, he chose to secretly invite somebody to come live with him at our house and then inform us about it.
Yeah, so that started everything. I would say that started everything. And then they couldn't afford to live where they were living.
Now I acknowledge I was overly optimistic about my capacity to help them. I nevertheless did what I promised I would do. I gave them all of the revenues from all the typing sessions.
Yeah. And Spacey, in turn, was supposed to do his own stuff as well, do more typings. He was supposed to do the typings.
Well, he did do the typings. What he was supposed to do was make a series of short videos to advertise them and publish them every day.
Exactly.
And of course, no fucking
he didn't
fault.
do it.
He'd make one video a week that was 30 minutes long instead. I said, no, Spacey, you're not getting the point. You should do 2 of these a day. If you're serious about wanting this to make you enough money to support yourself on, you need blah, 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 blah. He just didn't do it.
Right. So.
And then at the end of the month, when there finally came a point where I was like, okay, I can't, I'm not going to be able to afford this. So let's have a meeting so we can figure out how I can help you secure housing for this upcoming month.
You did all you could.
And then at that meeting, I'm told that Tori refuses to go to the meeting and that additionally, she's busy shit-talking me to the community every time I'm not around.
Yeah, and he was very confused at the time. I remember Spacey was very confused.
And so at that point I said, all right, fuck this noise. But that's what happened.
Yeah, that's what
Spacey has absolutely no reason at all to have any ill feelings towards me whatsoever. At no point, even during the Becky drama, when he was siding with Becky, did I have anything negative to say about Spacey. No. I always said I wish him the best with the typing business that I got him started and set up with. I wish him all the well in the world. I hope he's a successful typologist who makes a lot of side money in addition to his job doing typology. I wish him all the best. I'm not worried about him taking business from me, even though I know he will.
He didn't get kicked out.
No, he didn't get kicked out.
Fell out of it.
He chose to move to New York with Tori rather than make Tori go to that meeting and deal with things and be accountable.
Yeah, he chose to go to New York and be with Tori. I don't know what they're doing now. Last I heard, he had a job, but I don't know.
All right, so we're gonna play prediction, open system prediction. Even though it's an open system.
Ooh, open system. Okay.
Which means even though the system I'm going to predict about is going to be impacted by my prediction directly, I still predict the following.
Okay.
That after Donald Bryson is done being timed out, he's going to copy and paste something like Rachel's a bitch, Rachel has a penis or something, a big paragraph of like 5 times as soon as he's done with timeout. And I bet you he proceeds to do it even though I predicted it, and not doing so would falsify my prediction.
Well, I think Spacey really wanted to help Tori. He thought he was doing.
He thought he could save her.
Yeah.
He thought he could save her.
But they they were not on the same page of things. I remember after one like hangout that we had, Spacey was trying to get something through to Tori, and she just like couldn't get it. Like she just didn't understand. And at the end of the fight, she was like, I don't think we're on the same page, but he thought that they were, because like me and Eric and Spacey understood what Tori was doing was wrong. Tori didn't get it, and Spacey thought that because we had this conversation that we were all
was a 9. Spacey was a 9. He thought he could fix her, but he didn't want to fix her. He didn't want to do the work required to fix her, which would require him to be like, well, fuck you, Will.
A lot, right.
So he was not going to do that. So,
it was just
it was impossible. He couldn't fix her because she was fucking damaged, you know? Guys who try to fix BPD women are both, very ill-advised in their initial decision-making to get with that person, and continually more ill-advised in their persistence in their attempts because they're doomed to failure. If anybody could have fixed a BPD person, I would have fixed Kimberly. I was perfectly positioned, well-suited, smart enough, secure enough, had enough of an outside community to keep me ungaslighted and stuff, and genuinely devoted towards loving her to healthiness, that if it were ever possible for anybody to be with BPD to be fixed by a man, I would have fixed Kimberly. So it's not possible. Because I think Rachel will agree, this is not an FI thing. It's like I'm saying. It's like I have a clear understanding of what a healthy relationship looks like, and how both parties should treat each other and speak to each other and respond to different things and approach situations that include this factor and approach situations that include this factor. And it's very clearly articulated out in my head a bunch of specifics about that. And I think any objective observer, if they were to hear me articulate all things that comprise a healthy relationship, would go, yeah, that's pretty spot on the money. It's all very positive, loving stuff, you know? So the thing is, it's not like I was trying to impose something bad on her or trying to be controlling and trying to be the boss. I was trying to express to her, that's what we want to avoid, is that shit. And she just would fight me harder and harder and harder, the more earnest and nice and loving I tried to be, because of course I know what Eric's really doing. He's just building up his own value so that when he abandons me, I'll suffer more. That's basically what they feel, whether they think it out loud or not.
Yeah, it is. It's attachment style is huge with BPD. Oh my god! Once I got a job, also with the guy, when I was dating the guy who had BPD, I was working weekends and nights, and he liked to have me available to call whenever he wanted, and that stopped. And because it stopped, he started getting less interested in me and more interested in other people. Like it was like you couldn't please him. He wasn't able to be pleased. Nothing made him happy.
You're always trying to get to zero.
Yeah, always.
Yes. You're always trying to get rid of the minus points.
And for some reason, he always really loved to get like emotions out of me. Like if I wasn't crying or yelling at him or like
that's how they
being a bitch.
That's how they experience closeness.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they do experience closeness, and that's why we remember those two partners more, and in some sense care about them more than other partners. It's because we've been to war with them, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't give a shit. I can't lie.
Okay. Well,
what I do care about is people who do get involved with him, because he is very charismatic. So it's like, I know they're going to be.
He seems like a much more tragic BPD person than he does. It's like, early on, I realized we were not good girlfriend, boyfriend. That we really were not sexually compatible at all. there wasn't a whole lot of chemistry there, and etc. But she was a good person. Like I always go back to the same thing. When I saw her jump out of the car to gather into her arms this disgusting, bedraggled little possum from the gutter that was still twitching, and then insist to take it to the vet to have it cured, I said, okay, this is not a bad human being, you know?
Not. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of, oh, this person is not a bad human being. Like, and for me too, like, being bipolar, I like had empathy towards his problems with interacting with other people. Like, mainly he was fine, but being an INTJ, he was awkward. Like, he would say a lot of like stupid, like, just not stupid, I shouldn't say stupid, inappropriate stuff at an inappropriate times that only certain people can deal with. But he's angry. He has very anger issues. Like I said, like, he would like, the way he knew I cared was through crying or through like being like telling him that he was being a shitty person. Like,
congratulations, Donald, you pass.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So yeah, I think it is because she wanted SE for me. In fact, the best times, the times that weren't so bad, were when I was so frustrated, I basically pushed her down on the bed and fucked her. You know, it's like, but that's not my style at all.
Right.
So it's like, that was, yeah. There was one time we were only together for 2.5 years. There was one time we went an entire month without having sex, and I got turned down at least 10 times during the course of that month, like reject. And she was harsh in nixing. Her basic turn down was always, God, why do you always approach me so wrong? So yeah, I think she was wanting SE, and I kept approaching her with any. I wanted to joke my way into bed, you know. It's like, I want to make some playful jokes and chat and blah 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 blah, and then sort of talk our way into sex. And that is not what ISFJs want. And so we were really incompatible.
No, that's why that's why over the chat with my sister, I'm trying to like get her to understand like the type of ESTP, because I don't think she feels that she has like the self-worth to like get someone who's like that. But I think that she needs someone who's like that.
You're welcome to explain to me why you think I'm an ESFP. I think it's rather presumptuous for you to position it as established before your explanation. No, I could barely get in that woman's pants. It's like, the thing is, the way it worked out, now I understand it as the following thing. The fact that we had incompatibility in bed made her feel extra vulnerable. And so what ended up happening is every time I'd be making progress, she'd cut me down in some way. And then she'd have the reins.
Yeah,
okay, fine. And then she'd say, oh, come here. Don't be a baby.
Yup.
Okay, that is so fucking unhealthy.
It was similar. No, my sister Upton Place is not with an ESTP. I would love her to learn about the type of ESTP so she could like look for that in a partner. But she doesn't seem to be very into it.
Horse Mumbler, I would give her a little bit more credit than that and say she had an affinity. She had an immediate response to seeing something suffer that she wanted to save it. And that's a lot more noble than what you say there. So let's not deny her the nobility that she does deserve. You're very good at pretending to use NETI with your SEFI. You're very performative and fake, but you put on a good performance, and your TI is pretty high for an ESFP, but no way are you an ENTP. Okay, so why do you think I'm pretending to be one? Is it because well, let me narrow the question down a little bit. Am I pretending to be one because I first thought I was an ENTP, then had now realized I really am not and am lying about it? Or have I been lying all the time? Or am I just wrong and unaware of it? Which of those three is it?
If I one day woke up and I was an ESFP, I'd probably be a dancer somewhere.
I point out that you don't explain to me why I'm an ESFP. You explain to me why you say disavow those elements of Eric that appear to be ENTP. He's just pretending. You've got no substantiation for that. You just make that claim. You say I'm very performative and fake. Again, I would agree with the performative part, but fake is simply wrong. This is how I always am. Yeah. Right? I mean, I'm exactly the same on live stream as I am in real life. I do this exact sort of talking to Rachel, like blah, 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 blah. And sometimes I'm talking her ear off, but fortunately, she's an NI receiver, and she seems to actually enjoy my conversation.
I do. Genuinely.
Your TI is pretty high for an ESFP. Okay. Well, I mean, I've taught critical thinking. I've taught conditional logic. And I didn't know conditional logic before I had to teach it. So I had to teach myself from the book real quick. I also teach grammar, which is extremely logical. So,
hey, Joey Joe Shabadoo.
If in fact if I have pretty high TI for an ESFP, you would at least have to say for an ESFP, I have an extraordinarily high TI.
Someone has a question. James C asks, I have a question about the Spacey story. When the girl Tori moved in with you guys, did you know that she was coming?
Well, it's exactly like I've already explained, which is he invited her and then he informed both me and Kimberly, or he informed me first, and then we went and informed Kimberly. So we need to go tell Kimberly and see what she says about this. I think this is not a good idea, but we'll see what she says. She nixed it. I said, you heard her. She can't come. Spacey then told me she's coming anyway. She's got the ticket. She will be landing on Mia, and we either pick her up or we leave her there at the airport, homeless in LA. And so, yes, I knew she was coming. And yes, I went to the airport to pick her up. And of course, it was very difficult for me to have a conversation with Kimberly about what to do about this because she was incredibly livid, understandably, at Spacey. And she felt extremely betrayed by Spacey. Joe Shabadoo, I appreciate what you say there. Eric is literally incapable of pretending anything like pathologically.
Yeah.
I try to be. Or I don't really try to be. I reinforce that aspect of myself rather than contradict it.
That's why I think you and I get along so well, is because we can't, there's like no other way we can be anything else than we are. Like, I even said that with the typing that you did with me. I was like, I'm me pretty much wherever I go. Although, people have said that I'm a chameleon, but that's just because, like, having FE tool means that I can get along with most people in most situations. I know, like, how to, like, interact with different kinds of people.
I wouldn't say there was a time I SE'd Kimberly and she loved it. I'd say there was times when we managed to successfully get through sex without some unhealthy behavior occurring.
Ugh. It was unhealthy for me too. He degraded me. It was like so sad. Fucking dumbass. Sorry.
Well, the thing about Cloud is I understand his slow boil technique, right? He wants to slow boil himself into questionable things until he returns to his implicitly provocative nature, which doesn't take him very long. He's not very good at slow boiling, but he's attempting to. I'm not going to let it happen. I will hide him very quickly. I already understand this guy entirely, and there's nothing but disruptive, unwarranted provocation. Eric is possibly also an ENFP because he talks a lot and uses a lot of words, but his words don't link to the metaphysical as much as he thinks. He's always talking about physical things. So, is it the case that ENFPs always talk about physical things?
I guess someone is spamming. I'm sorry.
This is the thing. It's like I like big weather. I like storms, I like lightning, I like thunder. The 17 dislikes, that makes me happy. It's like, oh, this isn't exciting. This stream's working. I got 32 people here, and I got a bunch of engagement, and I've got a troll who's desperate to accomplish something, wasting their entire afternoon. It's great, it's fantastic.
I feel for INFJ only rarely is it worth our time / energy to go against the flow. I mean,
the thing about
I always go against the flow.
Donald, his arguing style is Eric uses a lot of words, but mostly talks about physical things. Not nearly as metaphysical as he thinks he is. Okay, well, like, can you give me some examples or something? I seem to be talking about ideas mostly. So again, Donald Bryson, can you give us a reason? Or just make claims? So far you've made a bunch of claims, but you haven't given us any reasons. So, one more reasonless non-response and you're gone.
What type am I, Donald Bryson? I'm curious.
It's nice to see you again, by the way, Joey Chopadoo.
Yeah, it really is.
No, I get it. I understand the trolling isn't funny. But fortunately, with Legends Fall here, he usually gets it pretty quick. When he's around, he gets it pretty quick. Hambone will get it pretty quick, The fact that somebody makes a dislike run on this also provokes what happened earlier in the stream when somebody said, we can't let the dislikes win. I didn't comment on it, but I appreciated it. They said, we can't let the dislikes win. Like this video. I think maybe Octavia Silva. I'm not sure who said it. But so it creates that phenomenon too. So it's like, I agree that I don't want the trolls to disrupt the pleasant flow of the day. So I need to be careful about managing the extent to which I'm willing to respond or engage to them. Because to the extent that I give them any attention, then it detracts from what we're talking about, and all of a sudden it's
Can I want to answer Goroku's question to basically any type might troll. I think yes, because when I was with the BPD guy, this goes back to what we were talking about. I would troll him like crazy because I did not trust him for as far as I could throw him. So
I don't think you were trolling him; you were testing him.
True. I felt like I was trolling, but I guess I was just. I was, checking out his shit. I didn't trust him.
I basically never troll anymore. Sometimes on, a community live stream that's not mine, like Bukoki's or something, I'll make a bunch of jokes, but I'm not trolling. I'm not doing anything comparable to what people are doing here. I'm just trying to be funny and in varying degrees succeeding or failing. But it used to be a trolly aspect to me. But even then, it never turned into spitefulness. And that's the thing is what we're calling trolls here, these are spiteful people. The person is determined to come in and get me somehow, right? To cause me some harm. They're putting in effort to do that, that benefits them not at all. That's the definition of spite, right? Putting in an effort to harm somebody that benefits them not at all. Sometimes people justify it with a claim to justice, and sometimes it's a legitimate one. There's definitely not a legitimate claim to justice here.
I've trolled. You know those like live streams that go forever that has like meditation music.
Yeah, you got to treat your chakra.
I've trolled those before, being like saying just crazy shit.
But the jokey aroundness is such that it obviously what I can only call an instinctual type recognition happened one time. Rachel had paid somebody to give her a tarot reading.
Oh yeah.
And we were listening to the live stream together, waiting for her turn to come up, right? You know, and so she was on her account, her YouTube account on her phone, and I was on the computer. And I said, you know, Rachel's chart is, I've got a very favorable star chart, whereas Rachel's is full of nothing but yaws and squares. And I got insta-banned.
Yeah, insta-banned.
Because why? The only explanation I have is that ENFP could smell ENTP and wanted nothing to do with me. He assumed I was going to pull what people try to pull around here all the time, pretending to be normal at first and then revealing their...
Yeah.
No, I was genuinely trying to be friendly. I wanted a positive relationship with this channel because, after all, Rachel liked it and paid the guy to type her, you know?
Well, it was more like... It was more like I would just be like, my thing is the Titanic was propaganda. So I would just like say like dumb shit like that. Cause like they're all like, oh, peace and love and blah blah blah. And I'm like, this is not a conversation. So I would troll.
Yes. Bantavio Silva. Yes, Bantavio Silva. I do think it's because Spacey is in the title, because prior to titling this, I was going to title it something about naysaying. And then I remembered, wait, earlier I thought when I was missing Spacey, I thought I was going to title the video, I Miss Spacey. And I bet that gets a lot of action. Well, in fact, I think I was right. I think the title I Miss Spacey got a lot of action. It was titled that precisely for that reason, but that wasn't the origin of the thought of the title. In other words, I thought, I Miss Spacey. That's a good title for a live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, that title for a live stream could actually have some pop to it. And for the following sort of TE reasons. Then I forgot about it. Then I went to live stream. And I was thinking about something else. And I remembered, oh, yeah, I should put that title. And it made me remember that's something I want to talk about too. In fact, maybe I kind of want to talk about that more. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was very innocent. I mean, I would be like, you know, put a fart emoji or something, or boob emoji. Like, you know, I was trolling, but it was all very innocent. Like, I was just like, these people take themselves way too seriously.
Donna Bryson, I'm extremely open-minded and responsive to criticism. You haven't made any criticism. You've left a lot of turds on my table.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I was looking forward to making music with Spacey. I thought that would probably be something that we did, the three of us together, but you know, things don't always turn out the way you plan.
Octavio, I too am fond of Bokito. He's the
Me too. I do too. He's a good ESFP.
I have lots of fallings out with people because I'm an EP. No, I have 2 or 3, maybe 4 fallings out that I can think of. 4 sort of persona non grata in my life. My ex-boss, Courtney, Chloe, and well, Becky, yeah, and Tori, I guess, but you know, whatever.
She's so like an out. She's like an
yeah,
outlier.
she was just a temporary, brief minor character in my life. She had no lasting status as a character in the story. But it's not that I have fallings out with people. It's that other people have fallings out with me. So other people go, that's it. I'm leaving. Goodbye. I go, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Okay, I prefer you call me a gash head. I wanted to introduce to everybody the term gash hound. There was a brief time period in the early 90s, late 80s maybe, where what is currently called a puss slayer was referred to as a gash hound because they're always hounding after that gash. Now, here's the thing. If you were to type in the word CUNT, or I were to say it, then the algorithm has a big problem with that. But some people are absolutely countries without the re. So I propose we use the word gash instead. That bitch is such a gash, you know?
So Joey Joe Shabadoo, the Kardashians, if Kim is ISFP, I'm her beneficiary, so she might actually like us. She like me. She think, and then then I don't add anything to her life though. So
Kim Kardashian.
I don't think she's an ISFJ.
She might be.
Oh,
well,
really?
I don't know. I always thought she was like ISFP or something. ESFP.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, it has been a while, right? It occurred to me today we should bring it back because of all these sensory things. Because sometimes you really need to call somebody a country without a re. And yet the algorithms are all sensitive about it. But, and if you want to mix it up, you don't want to call somebody a push slayer, you can throw out gash hound.
Well,
gash hound's easier to say than push slayer.
Well, I'd still get along with Kim because we have TE polar. But anyway, I don't know. See, I feel like if you're TE polar, can't wear heels that often. TE polar would fall a lot. She doesn't fall a lot. She's not really
See, hatchet wound or axe wound are both.
I think she's an ISFP.
Are both inferior to gash because while gash implies a wound made by an axe or a hatchet, it's shorter. It's one syllable.
Yeah.
And it's it works in place of country without a re, Oh yeah, that's true. I shouldn't say sensory with a C. Being very censor-ish, I should say. Even then, I have to explain because most times we say censor around here, we're talking about SENS.
What is the equivalent for dude? Schlong?
We want something that's insulting, right?
Oh yeah. Prick. That's so British.
What would be insulting about?
Chode?
I'm talking about a general sort of ugly word for it, right? It's not flattering. The problem is with men, anything that has monstrousness or beastiousness or beastishness is going to sound good. So
dirty chode is not too.
Dirty chode is pretty gross.
Yeah.
Crotch. Crotch is a gross word.
The crotchal region.
Can you tuck this in your crotch?
Tool.
What? Your crotch.
Your garden snake. There's more jokey names for penises than there are degrading.
I guess it'd be
crotchety chode.
rancid breakfast sausage.
Ew. Yeah,
rancid sausage
Irish,
link.
Nice Irish sausages.
Rancid breakfast link is well, Gabe, look. Ew. Yeah, schmegma.
Schmegma's pretty gross.
Schmegma crotch. Shut up, Schmegma
Schmegma
crotch. That's pretty good.
That is good.
But, I'm going to go. That dude is such a rancid breakfast link. People will be like, what? They're not going to know I'm talking about his penis at all. They just kind of think I'm being strange again.
Dick is so small that Inspector Clouseau is constantly searching for it.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to avoid those Joey Joe Shabadoo, right? And it's an unfortunate reality. The nice thing about cunt and gash is that they actually aren't body shaming at all. They're just ugly words to refer to a woman's vagina.
Yeah.
So it's not like whereas if you make some comment to like a flat-chested woman like shut up mosquito bites, then that's body shaming, right? So it's like I wish there were an equivalently ugly word for male genitals that wasn't body shaming.
Yeah,
because there are ugly words for woman's vagina that are not body shaming, that are general. So yeah, I hate body shaming of all sorts, and I heartily, thoroughly reject it. And I feel almost as though it's an obligation because most of the things that people are going to get body shamed for are not an issue. Most people get body shamed for being fat, for being short if you're a man, bald. I have, but that bald's about it. Okay, for the standards, right? I meet or exceed all the standard norms, so I have kind of a responsibility to particularly attack body shaming, because anytime you attack body shaming, especially something like genital size shaming, you're subject to the critique. Well, that's just because you're insecure about yourself. Well, so the fact is, when I was a teenager or something, I was insecure about my big nose, and I believed and was largely right that it made me ugly. But growing a beard helped a lot. And I don't care at all anymore. I don't have any insecurities. So I feel an obligation to fight against insecurity reinforcing shit.
Yes.
Because nobody should have insecurities about their body. It's not okay.
I used to get bullied for my nose too. My nose grew before the rest of my face. And the thing that I always said that I would get as cosmetic surgery was a nose job. And then I saw True Life. I'm addicted to plastic surgery, and they showed like what actually happens during like plastic surgery for a nose. And I was so disgusted that I was like, fuck this. I'm keeping my nose. Thank you, up to place 48. It's a nice it's a combination of my dad's Italian bump and my mom's Irish nose.
The funny thing is, nobody ever teased me about it or really said anything about it. I think I got insecure about it because my mom had a big nose that fit her face less well than mine did, I guess. So she funny. Got teased about it.
So funny.
And she would say things like, very carefully, but I'm too intuitive, try to say like, do you want to get a nose job, or are you insecure about your nose or something? But she was really trying to be super subtle, but I could see right through it. She was doing her best.
I'm so glad that you didn't.
She was doing her best to not put her own insecurities onto me, but I could see that, and that made me go, okay, well, maybe I do have something to be insecure about here. So
no, your nose isn't that big. It's
well,
not.
it is, but it's I'm perfectly happy with my face, and at this point, I don't have any insecurities. You don't need to reassure me or anything, but there was time I had insecurities, and so I really feel feeling secure means you're empowered to fight against that shit.
Yeah.
And you should when you have the opportunity. When the opportunity naturally arises.
A great website that does before and afters of like celebrities who do plastic surgery. I think that stuff is so important to normalize.
Is there gonna be gross pictures?
No.
Okay, I don't want to see any gross.
No, it's not like that at all. I'll show you. Can I have the keyboard?
Oh yeah, sure. I don't want to see pictures.
No, I promise you. There's no blood or anything. It's just before and after pictures of.
All right, cool. Because sometimes people would say like, "You really want to get that nose job," and then they show you like all the gross parts of the surgery.
No, I can't deal with that.
Yeah. Like I have zero interest in video of surgery.
So like okay, like her. So that's her now, right? That's that girl now.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when she was a teen. So you see.
She was so much more attractive before her bullshit.
Yeah. So it like.
Here, share this link with everybody so you can see it. There's this one right here. This lady. Yeah. All right. So Rachel's point is, look at this lady before and after she has work done.
It's really,
She's much cuter before she has work done.
And there's tons of them, people that you wouldn't even think tweak themselves a lot.
I mean, the thing is this, James C. Whether or not your ability to change your weight has, oh my God, your ability to change your weight has, is very different from one end of the spectrum to the other. So it's very difficult for me to put on weight, no matter how much I eat. It's difficult for me to put on weight.
It's very difficult for me to lose weight, actually.
We've all heard to lose weight.
Mm-hmm.
My fat second wife ate less food than me consistently and continued to slowly gain weight. I ate consistently substantially more food than she. This is true of Rachel. Well, I eat way more food than Rachel does. I ate way more food than my ex-wife did, and yet she gained weight. So what does that tell you? If I were to say, well, if you wanted to lose weight, you could lose weight. I mean, already she's eating an amount of food that I'd feel starving on.
Mm-hmm.
And so if she were to eat less, than she, like saying, if you really cared about your weight, you'd undergo a long stretch of substantial SI discomfort and incur as well a long-term commitment towards exercise that you follow through on day after day for months and months and months. I mean, what? That's not very different from needing to surgically change your body. In fact, it's much more of an obligation than surgically changing your body. So if you successfully body shame me into getting a nose job, and I get a nose job, it's a lot easier to do that than it is to lose weight. If you're a fat woman, if you're naturally fat like my ex-wife was. And she could have gotten down to skinny. She'd go do it like Big Loser style, devote her life to losing weight. You say, oh, well, if you cared about yourself, you won't let yourself get so fat. What you should say is, if you cared about my opinion, you should devote your entire life to losing weight. Because your appearance matters that much to me. So she wasn't super, I mean, you probably would have called her super obese. I don't know. But she was fat when I got her. She was also 21 when I got her. She worked hard all day. You know, she wasn't sitting around or anything. She was a preschool teacher and a preschool director and busy and moving around and everything. And she didn't eat that much.
Yeah, it's like I don't really eat that much either, and thank you, James C. I have gone up steadily. Like, I feel like I'm the norm. You know how they say like your metabolism slows down as you get older? I do think that does apply to me. I also am on medications, and that does hinder my metabolism as well. But you know, like, honestly, I'm not doing a lot of SE stuff. Like, I find it like the only thing I really like to do is ride the bike around the neighborhood. And like, even that nowadays with COVID, it's like there's so many people on the street. It's like not even that entertaining anymore. I don't know. I'm just making a bunch of excuses, but like, it is like the only time where I was really skinny, like I'm talking like size 4, which to a lot of people isn't even that skinny. I was vegan, and I was the thing that I was eating the most that had the most caloric intake was peanut butter. Yeah, so everything else was.
Well, here's the thing from a framing reference point. It's like there are varying degrees of ontological cementedness to things. So if I come to you and complain, I can't do 10 pull-ups. The correct answer is, well, just keep working on trying to do pull-ups for a while and eventually you'll be able to do 10 pull-ups. That's the correct answer, right? But so we tend to think there are things in life that we can work on about ourselves physically because they have plasticity to them. And that's true. I can make my muscles stronger. I can get a little fatter. I can get a little skinnier. I can have better wind by jogging more, or worse wind by jogging less. Lots of those things. We have varying degrees of plasticity within our body. But it's a mistake to think that because something is plastic, we treat it the same as all other plastic things. So, in other words, the plasticity that you're directing your attention towards and utilizing to change your body to go from 5 pull-ups to 10 pull-ups is this much plasticity. The plasticity you're requiring of yourself to change your weight, to lose weight when your natural eating habits cause you to gain weight, is huge compared. So it's like it's a failure to recognize that there is a division between two things, plastic and non-plastic. Like, don't make fun of a nose because they can't change that. Do make fun of fat because they can change that. And the reason is because in certain circumstances, it is effective to make fun because they can change that. In other words, but I can't rake for 30 minutes. I get tired after 20 minutes. Yes, it's appropriate to make fun of them. Well, work on it a little bit. Practice it a little bit. Put in some SI, put in some SESI. Because what they're complaining about is silly, right? They're acting as though they had no plasticity. But one shouldn't really try to make claims about other people's obligations or inclinations or whatever about their own plasticity, because people have different amount of plasticity about different things, I have limited plasticity in, for example, changing my attentional manners, but some. In other words, my SI can improve. I can get better because SI is a habituating process. I can get better at keeping track of, I remember making sure, like, for example, I've gotten better at sharing the videos of sessions with people who don't want them published, because I make sure now at the end of the session, wait, before you leave, give me your email address right now. I'm going to share it to you and let me upload it and make sure I've done the share. Now it's done. Okay, now you can leave. Of course, they could leave at any time, but my point is, please don't go until you watch me complete this process. That's very good growth in terms of SI management stuff, which is to say, it's relieving myself of needing to use SI in a way that I know I'll have problems using it. By doing it now, I replace the SI with SE. I say, I'm going to get this thing done now, and that way I won't have to remember it.
Do you think a slot is slow to grow? Like, I feel like I learn better SI habits as I've gotten older. Like I don't.
I'm sorry. I want to not address that for a second, because I want to address this right here. Depending on what you eat habitually, what I'm saying is, as human beings, we habitually eat what we want to eat, what we like, until we're full. Now, there are some people who have actual eating disorder where even after they're full, they continue to eat for other reasons than being hungry. Okay. In other words, as an activity, as a depression reliever, something like that. If you're using food like that, then that's not a good way to use food. But by and large, every human being is endowed with a fundamental right, privilege, entitlement, and so forth to eat as they naturally wish and be as that naturally makes them. Now, it is the case that modern food is more healthy, which is to say, has a lot more nutrition, a lot more calories, a lot more vitamins and stuff in it than food historically has. And that many populations of people are populations that are distinct in metabolic processes. Namely, some populations of people with certain ancestors have drought and famine resistance. And other people ancestors have an expectation of no periods of famine. I don't survive famine. I die. I'm one of the first people to die in the famine. The law of thermodynamics, ISJ 12, does not apply to people, okay? People are more than any law or rule or label or limitation can ever impose. People are unique, magical Pegasi who fly on the wings of unicorns, on the backs of dragons, who are atop butterflies with golden gossamer crystal wings. Okay? Is that clear, everybody? You all get that? You all write that down? There will be a quiz after this. 2 hours and 8 minutes, huh? I'm going to take an intermission again. And when we come back, we'll decide if we want to continue streaming, if I've thought of other things I want to say or whatever. You know.
That sounds good.
Where's the thing again? I've lost it again. Constantly losing the mouse.
Here.
Constantly losing the mouse is a good name for this is a intermission, longest story ever told. So I will promise you it's not the longest intermission ever told, if that's any help. Is this the messed up one?
Amelia.
Yeah, fuck. I gotta take that down. How annoying. Okay, let me go to meow first. Intermission. So yeah, it's not the longest intermission in history, but it is an intermission. So don't blame me for leaving. I don't want to get here and be intermission right away. What the fuck is that? I understand that.
Ooh, my gloves.
I respect that. We're not awaiting friendly people, the modern world. I'm gonna put on this one instead.
God damn it, we were promised a play. Bodies in the street. Oh yeah, back the curve. Not overburdened healthcare, sir. But you see, it's been underburdened. Gee, that's this COVID thing. Been so exaggerated, we have been lied to. Fooled, misguided, directed to the wrong side. Your cherry picking art is not going to work. You don't know your stats, your data gathering methodologies are crap. Listen here, if you only test the sickest, what you think is gonna be the trip? Feeling scared. COVID-19 destroy everything for the impression you bring. Feeling scared. COVID-19 destroy everything for the impression you bring. Stupid and scared, scared enough. This one of the gun. Scared. COVID-19 destroy everything for the impression you bring. Feeling scared. COVID-19 destroy everything for the impression you bring. Well, there's a herd of cattle and a flock of birds. A school of fishes, it's a spew of words. Campaign of battles, a collection of churns. Cause farmers milk chattel for cups worth of birds. And a limp flap of tattlers telling on burn. For disrupting the arrangement of a blossom of ferns. Confers a shameful burden that burn deserves. Or so say the tattlers telling on burn. Bats are colonial, bees are swarmy. A quiver's worth of cobra res is making me horny. Got a cat named Capillo and a dog named Bird. Cassiopeia is the name of my bird. There's no powder for my cat. Bird has no pack. Got no grip of badgers, cause badgers attack. And the same goes for weasels, which come in a sack. But my Cassie's in a murder and they're all in black. Nobody's coming alone today. Nobody's alone. All of the creatures gather up their crews. Gather their crews. You lions, your pride, exaltation, a doves, a downfall, a slides, and one pair of gloves. There's a pot of whales, bristol grace, spots of nails, swap away, sniff the chains, frown of fails, catames, ton of jails, whole crash of rhinos, and a knot of toads. Porcupines form a prickle crowd in the roads, drive a drove of pigs, and yoke a team of horses. See the smack a jellyfish caught on the bottom. Nobody's coming alone today. Nobody's alone. All of the creatures gather up their crews. Gather their crews. Everybody's gonna have a friend. Nobody's coming alone today. Nobody's alone. All of the creatures gather up their crews. Gather their crews. Nobody's coming alone today. Nobody's alone. All of the creatures gather up their crews. Gather their No good comes from skating on with them whom you'd mistaken for the one.
Habituated defense and indecency, self-inflict eventually once the search is done. Johnny in the car last night, we had a nasty fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, ask him something awfully blunt. Her words were wrong, cause they were dumb and I burned my share of shame.
It's each of our own failings.
Not us doing the nailing to the wall. We fear so the others selling off to reset their life and all. You can trust me, I can trust you, so better trust ourselves much true though. The love lasted between you and me. At least about that we can both agree. Johnny in the car last night, we had a nasty fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, ask him something awfully blunt. Her words were wrong, cause they were dumb and I burned my share of shame.
That's what it looks like. My share of shame. I really want to listen to this song. Was kind of thinking detectives in the parks. The bear was kind of thinking detectives in the parks. Once there was a girl named Jenny Sue, a teenage girl a lot like you. She lived in Florida, played some softball prematurely, had her last call. The day was clear and the sky was blue, so you don't need to fear what killed Jenny Sue, cause she came to the plate and she swung the bat and everybody heard a great big crack. Thunder. Right, dark. When the sight returned to their eyes, they could only see a pair of charcoal thighs. Finney's mom was shocked, of course, and sad. In fact, her life seems mostly bad. She had loved her kid and kept her safe, and then all at once the kid had met her fate. And Mom was outraged. Mom was mad. Mom sought help from her brother Brad.
The silver swan, one named, eyes begin to shine.
Someone to blame. Better was kind of thinking.
He was locked inside.
The bear was kind of thinking.
Keep you in danger.
Detectives in the parks.
By lightning on the range.
The bear was kind of thinking. Detectives in the parks. The bear was kind of thinking. Detectives in the parks.
So, in a nutshell, our response to COVID represents the very worst kind of thinking. I made that song before COVID about an actual story from Florida where potential harm once again incurred this insane harm prevention campaign that did more harm than it prevented. It's the very worst kind of thinking. That's exactly the kind of thinking that's driving our COVID policy. It's the very worst kind of thinking. And it creates absolute fucking disasters like the current one we're undergoing, where I read an article just the other day where they're talking about how the vaccines aren't really going to work because there's these new variants that have blah, 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 and stuff. And it said, so anticipate more closures and lockdowns and shutdowns and stuff. At no point was there any indication that maybe this is a bad idea.
Sure. Thank you, Donald Lloyd. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Donald Lloyd.
No, you totally predated.
Who is that in the bid with Eric. Oh, that's Haley that you're talking about. That's my ex-niece.
Yay, Adrian B. I'm so happy to hear that. Now, how are you feeling? Nice.
Cool. Good. Why did he come in here and say shit or what?
I didn't see anything.
Well, I was playing a song,
Oh.
so let me see what his message was.
What's going on?
Well, I schooled him today. He didn't like it. Yeah. I mean, it's like that last comment, especially, is well, they're both really things I don't like. The second one attacks not me, but the people around me. I really don't like that. That, in fact, what got me a strike is when I thought Taylor was unfairly attacked, and I made a video that got me a strike that I still have. Or it's a warning, that is community standards warning. I still have. So I learned to contain my reactiveness somewhat to that. But the first comment also, you can shit on me in lots of different ways and it doesn't bother me. But when you say, I dislike this drug addict, okay, well, then I'm sure you don't want to be around here though, right? I didn't school anyway. Do you normally like to be around people that you have such contempt for and around groups of people who are dumb as dung beetles? I wouldn't normally expect that to be the case, so why are you here?
Hey, Grayson Bartlett, what's going on?
What did you finally get to know? What was the revelation that revealed to you that I'm not worth anything? Please share with us. Please share with us the revelation that you had that made you understand that I'm actually a terrible person.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so let's share with us. What was it that happened that made you think that? You have the floor. Please make your case. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it, Legend Fall. It's excellent discussion.
Agreed.
No, I don't know that. I have knowing fourth, and it's personal knowing. Why would I know that? I have NI ignoring. Fumble hot. I know you're not going to be president because somebody who thinks like that has no chance of being president. You might dislike the fact that I genuinely believe this, but don't accuse me of lying to you. And as I've said before, what I genuinely believe is that I'm going to make a serious run at it. And I very much hope to make a serious impact on at least the way people talk discursively. I have never guaranteed I'm going to win or said I think it's highly likely I'm going to win. Okay, so of course a president has power. I mean, I already have shook hands with presidents of lots of things. So that's factually false. I was the vice president of my debate league, so, I shook the president's hand plenty of times. So the point I keep making is that the primary power of the president that I'm looking forward to executing, have you been listening at all, is the power of the pulpit, the power to change the way people talk. And that the broader and bigger the pulpit one has, the more effectively one can change the way people talk. I additionally have said that if I'm elected president, I will do my best to use the power of the Justice Department to impact case law. That seems like a very sensible approach, doesn't it? Well, Funnel Hot, I mean, what's interesting is you're okay. So imagine I'm instead a dreamer, an idealist who still believes in an American citizen democracy that will reward merit and see my honest patriotism and elect me president because I'm right. I'm got all the right positions. I'm genuinely highly qualified, having been in a policy debate coach and policy debater for a long time. I'm very, very well versed in public policy. I believe I meet all the meritocratic standards. Maybe I'm a fool for thinking that's a reality we still live in. You know, call me an idealist, call me a dreamer, but don't call me stupid or lying. I mean, I shared the other day, I don't know if you got it or not, the values A to Z. Did you get values A to Z? I've never heard any other candidate talk about using the power of the presidency explicitly to use the Justice Department to change case law by supporting challenges to existing case law rather than by trying to increase the power of the president, as they always do. I have a very clear vision as to how I'd like to meaningfully impact the way the citizen democracy operates.
Well, with that, we already had an ESFP in office, so they had their time. Who cares? Okay,
let me explain what I'm talking about, Fumble Hot. I'll explain it right now. So, for example, in House Resolution,
that's my.
I forget the number of the resolution, but Section 1984 of House Resolution following the Civil War, the Congress afforded the American citizen, the average American citizen, the right to sue government officials when those government officials violate their rights. Okay. Now, the issue of qualified immunity and absolute immunity are issues of judicial interpretation. That law explicitly does not. So you're not interested in having a conversation with me? Do you want to know what I'm talking about with case law? I mean, but you said you wanted to know what I was talking about with case law. I was about to inform you a great deal about what I mean by using the Justice Department and by case law. Would you like to know? You've heard it? So what's uneducated about that? What's moronic about it? So, but then tell me what's wrong with it. Tell me what's wrong with my approach.
Right.
I'm saying
no.
Okay, so then you did understand what I was talking about. So then why? If you're not answering any of my questions, give me a reason. What's a reason? What's why I don't get it? Explain yourself.
Yes, please. Because he's not the only one who doesn't understand what you're saying.
I seriously, yeah, all you've done so far is insult me, which is fine, whatever, I don't care. But
I care.
But what I'm saying is give me a reason, you know? Okay, well, do you feel as though you're managing the real world well now? Do you feel like, let's say you were successful, which of course you're never going to be, but let's say you were successful in causing me to either have a bunch of self-doubt, change my narrative, or otherwise acknowledge that, I guess I'm just delusional or something. If I were to do those things, would you feel you'd accomplish something good? Dulles points out that 1,212 candidates filed papers to run for president in 2020. And I point out that having researched the matter and looked into it, in order to be formally recognized as a candidate, you need to raise $5,000 in donations and register with the Federal Election Commission. And I understand what the protocols are to do that because I'm prepared to do that. And the thing is, there's a timing issue here, right? So as I've been saying, I've got shit going on behind the scenes. I do, and I don't want to go into detail about that. But some of the things include figuring out what this process is going to entail and what the timing of it is. So in other words, I don't want to launch a bunch of media about it. Okay, you win. You totally win. You totally win, dude. I'm delusional for the duration of this live stream. For the rest of this live stream, all of your points win. I think that's fair, Rachel.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're absolutely right for the entire rest of this live stream.
Card time?
Okay, Rachel, I'm gonna let you do some cards. I am just I've never been so surprised in my life.
I'm like having cognitive dissonance right now.
No, that money's not given to me. That money's given to YouTube, and then YouTube gives me a cut of it. So I don't think he's going to be able to pull that shit with YouTube. I don't think he's pulled it ever before. I believe that 100% is a $500 super chat after I made a song critiquing him. That is as badass as you can get. I'm speechless.
I am too. I really can't kind of console the two of them.
Do a card thing,
Okay.
because we're both just rendered completely broken by that.
Totally.
I don't know what to do.
All right, Donna, Lloyd, you want a card reading? I'm still getting to know these cards, so. Oh. All right, Donna, Lloyd. Want to do past, present, future?
Right. I just gotta say something. After the
Me too.
intermission, before I was gonna, the first thing, what I want to say after I came back from the intermission, before, of course, I got sidetracked with something else, was, okay, guys, I'm gonna have to be a little self-disciplined here. I do have an ongoing work project that I'm supposed to do a little something on every day to make sure I make good progress on it. And I haven't done anything today, so I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna make some progress on it. And I appreciate the ability to keep talking about that in the live stream to keep myself accountable. And I, of course, I forgot about it, right? And then, of course, well, then, I don't know. Then I was rendered completely unable to complete sentences.
Thanks, the longest story ever. And Frank's cool dude, babe. I'm currently shuffling cards for Donna Lloyd. We're gonna do past, present, future, because that's the easiest one for me. Okay. Ooh, 2 fell out. All right. So this is your past. Oh, I can't. Five, 6, 7, 8. Is that the 10, 13? I don't know what that is. Right? 5, 6, 7, 8. Let me see what the little book says. It's a major arcana. Justice. Take care to maintain your ethical balance. So, in the past, you were worried about justice with something. Maybe someone did you dirty. Maybe you had a breakup, but you were in the past making sure that you got justice. You were standing on a house of cards, and you were balancing it all out. The next card is the 10 of Pentacles. You are having fun in the material world. You've made a completion with money. You might be feeling good about your family as well and the material things that you have around you. You might feel comfy and cozy at home. And you feel abundant just in general. Okay, and then the future. Too many cards. All right, so remember that. Past was justice. Present is 10 of Pentacles. And, I've never pulled this card before. What's XX20?
Yeah.
20 card. I think that's the World.
Maybe really change the lighting. It'll work better without any lighting, maybe? A little bit of lighting.
There we go. She's in the middle like a rosebud, and there's the rabbit outside with the key. I'm gonna read that one. Just to make sure it's the World. Oh, I'm sorry, Judgment. So it's number 20 and it's Judgment, and the path you have chosen has led you to your present place. The key to liberation is to accept and understand this. So basically, in the past, you were very concerned with justice. You maintained balance in your life and made sure that everything was fair. Right now, you are enjoying your financial success. You feel like you've kind of like completed your financial success. You're having fun with the material success that you've had.
You're living in a material world because you are a material girl.
And then, because of that, let's see. You've come to justice, where the rabbit is going to give you the heart key.
The rabbit gives the heart key out?
Yeah.
Who entrusted the rabbit with that important job? You know how flighty rabbits are, right?
Tell me about it.
You give them a carrot and say deliver it to the neighbor. It's half eaten by the time it gets there.
Really?
Yeah.
People should know better. Sure. Chris Chapin. I'll do a pull for you as well. Would you like it? All right. It's going to be past, present, future just because it's easiest for me.
So wait, let me get this straight. Hot is getting his, he's still getting his comments removed after donating $500. So I'm going to remove that one too.
This is so weird.
Well,
you're welcome, Donna Lloyd.
You do win the points, but it doesn't preclude you from getting comments removed. This is the freakiest thing that has ever happened around the channel.
Ooh, Chris Chapin, you also get Judgment as the first card. In the past, you were, I'm sorry, not Judgment, Justice. In the past, you were worried about justice.
Hey, I'm sorry. Just because you're a contributor doesn't mean you have influence on decision making.
You were balancing your life out so the cards would not fall.
As you would hope for a future presidential candidate, right? Just because you give a contribution doesn't mean you have any influence on decision making. The possibility that alienating somebody who gives me money, large amounts on multiple occasions, has no impact on my behavior.
It should have an impact on their behavior, you would think.
Listen, I've already agreed that Paul Mahat's right about everything he wants to be right about for the duration of this lifetime. So he can continue to be right about everything.
Okay.
But I will just say, you can be sure that it doesn't matter how much somebody's money donates to me, I will never be influenced by that in my decision making.
Doing Chris Chapin.
Hi, Cam. No, I know you're not giving me decisions. You're, I guess, trying to influence my decision making. In other words, you're probably hoping these comments don't get removed but that's not going to happen.
Hey, Cam. All right, Chris Chapin.
Oh, I know, Rachel. Look, the fact that's one thing I made videos about in the past. There is no TE value in an INFJ. You cannot entreat upon them based on the fact that it's in their interest to stay with you.
Okay, so you got Chris Chapin. Right now, you are feeling the 3 of Swords. You're a little heartbroken, feeling down, kind of bummed out, you know? Like you want to fly away, but you're pinned against the wall. Let's see what your
I don't attack INFJs.
Your
I
future
am
holds
sad about
for
the falling
you.
It is true. I am sad about the falling out between me and Corey.
What's
I'm curious about all these critiques. The thing is, even though a lot of these critiques are definitely cross the line, but I'm going to view the deleted messages anyway because I'm curious about them, especially the ones, like I've never heard anybody critique me using Corey before.
So, Chris Chapin, your last card is the Ace of Wands, which means you're going to have a creative burst of energy. You may want to hug an animal for inspiration, get out in nature. But in the future, you're going to have some new energy, creative energy coming into your life. That's your reading. So.
Well, what type do you think she is from, Juan? I'm not in the chair.
Justice was real important in the past, balancing things out. You're feeling bummed out right now. Maybe someone broke your heart or this live stream is breaking your heart. And you're going to be like, bam, I got some new ideas, new creative ideas. I'm going to hug my pet.
Yeah, he is on timeout. I know. He can't answer right away.
Or maybe whatever. You're going to have some new creative ideas coming in. Maybe if you hang out in nature and meditate.
Yeah, this is the most, this is one of the more action-packed streams we've had in a long time.
Lizard tail dong. It's trans.
Yeah, we appreciate if you want your alternate reading, you can look at Boba Fett's comments. I assume you're talking about the card pull there, Chris Chapin. That's how I feel about this whole stream. In fact, when my first read of that was, you must be talking about the stream in general. And I realized, no, she just pulled cards for you. That's what I feel about this whole stream. It's so surreal, so difficult to explain, but I'm going with it. You know, it's like...
You want me to do one for the channel or you? You want me to do one for you?
Well, let's do one for Spacey.
Spacey? All right.
The thing is...
He's the main...
The reason this stream is so spicy is because mention of Spacey in the title, I guess, probably triggers the spite monkeys from back in the day. The only reason Spacey is the focus of the stream is because of the very actual and honest process that I went through. We were listening to some music, my own music. You might say, you make Rachel listen to your music? I know, but I usually don't, actually. And she swears she likes it.
Yeah, I do.
If you want to say...
his music gets stuck in... And the music that we make together gets stuck in my head a lot. Often. So... It's unprompted.
We were eating steaks and asparagus when Spacey showed up? Oh. You were, oh yeah, you were there with me and Kimberly. Cam used to visit me and Kimberly, and he'd bring over. He was being more picky about his food back then. He's still pretty picky, but he's an ISTJ, so he brings his own food. He usually bring it up for us too. So he'd bring steaks and asparagus. It seems like during that time, Cam, is it fair to say that you ate nothing but steaks and asparagus?
Yeah, sure, you can. Longest story I ever told, sure.
So anyway, what happened is I saw in the recommended videos, Spacey and I singing "What's the Matter with Me?" in the backyard at Laverne with Spacey holding a chicken. And I was like, oh, I want to see that. And I clicked it. And after I watched it, I said, I miss Spacey. I like him.
We both were like that.
Not I liked him. I like him.
Yeah.
And somebody here said it's definitely not reciprocal, Eric. He doesn't like you or whatever. Okay, well.
That sucks.
I mean, I didn't do anything to him, so I don't know why he wouldn't like me.
The longest story ever told, I'm going to do 3. I'll do past, present, future. Ooh, past. Is that a... Oh. You need your glasses.
Oh. In the past, you had a bowl of some sort leap out of your vagina. I can't tell if it's in focus. Yeah, there it is. It's sort of. You can see it there. That's pretty good. Okay, this is the Queen or King?
I think it's the Queen.
Queen of
Pentacles.
Of Pentacles. That means you're feeling like you're rolling. Catch you later, Cam. Hey, you want to hang out at some point soon? Like tomorrow or something? What day is today?
Friday.
Oh.
Or Saturday.
Saturday. Yeah. If you want to hang out tomorrow or something, give me a call or something.
Present.
Your present is a fish running into your face. This is my favorite deck. This one I just recently got Rachel the present when I had to go downtown for to take my dad to get his. So is this the King then?
Yeah, I think that's King of Cups.
King of Cups.
You are emotionally stable. You're at your highest emotional peak. Let's see what your future holds.
I mean,
remember, there's.
Can I actually do what? In which way am I a coward bitch? Again, can you please just give me an explanation instead of just throwing your accusations at me?
You know, a lot of these look like Alice in Wonderland, but there are other princesses in here as well. Like they have like Snow White too. It's just whatever this woman wanted to paint, kind of.
Okay, so at your 741 comment, follow hot, you've got a command, let us be real. You've got a question, can you actually do that? And then you've got a sentence about your own convictions that's unwarranted. Namely, because I'm convinced that you're not an ENTP because a real ENTP wouldn't be such a coward bitch. So
Kara Ellis, right?
The warrant is, of course, predicated on facts, not on evidence. The question I would have, of course, is, well, why is it that I'm a coward bitch?
Okay.
I truly, honestly, firmly believe she is an INFJ.
Ooh. I think.
No, that's the word you used. You said you were convinced. The noun form of convinced is conviction.
The longest.
Not a technicality. That's exactly why I used the word. I was referencing your comment. No, that's why I used the word. I said, was you make a statement about your convictions. After all, your statement is about what you're convinced of, right? That's the proper form of the word. It's the noun form of it. Okay. You're the one who used the word convince. Well, you know, I agree with you, but Omaha did donate $500. So I am curious. I'm much more curious. It makes, if nothing else, it makes me very curious about what's going on here, right? Like, I really want him to actually explain what the event was that caused him to suddenly realize what a horrible person I am.
I just want to finish this for
Sure.
Long Story Arab. So your future is the Knight of Cups. You're gonna be like in your 20s, feeling in your emotions, maybe going to one of those bars that has like the horse riding, or you just gotta whip. You gotta whip on your life. You gotta hang on it.
Okay, so it may be the case that you are more curious than I am. I don't know. I have no way of evaluating your curiosity and comparing mine against it, and I'm not sure how much of a virtue that is. It says, if you are a teacher, then teach me. Well, I am a teacher, but it doesn't mean I'm always teaching. And what would you like me to teach you? I'm not sure I have anything you need to learn. Well, okay. So, I mean, I'm not claiming to provide an education in my live streams. If that's your purpose for coming to the live streams, then perhaps you should and stop coming because they're no longer educational for you. You're the one who's saying she's not an INFJ. So what's you're making the claim that's the change of the status quo here. You're challenging the status quo. So that means you are affirming. You want a different status quo than the one that exists. It means I'm negating because the status quo is she's an INFJ. So you explain to me why she's not. Okay, that's not an explanation. That's just an insult. Why do you think, first of all, but just on point, what makes you think INFJs are smart? I'm not going to admit them. Just because an INFJ is intuitive doesn't mean he's smart. I've talked about crazy, stupid shit that Corey believed many times. You say she has no deep opinions. She is not opinionated. She's a yes man. I mean, the thing is, she's an introvert. I'm a pretty extroverted extrovert. I mean, that's absolutely not true. It doesn't matter how harmful it would be for her to leave me. She's already broken up with me before. You know, it's like, and I realized quickly, early on, it is not possible to appeal to her sense of self-interest. Well, I mean, she's got incredibly deep opinions and perspectives on media. She's incredibly correct about what works, what doesn't, what's good, what's not. We have very, very interesting conversations about how a given thing plays out on FE and I levels, etc. Rachel, I'm going to go ahead and ask formal Hod's question to you. What is the meaning of life?
What's the meaning of life? I think to enjoy it.
To enjoy it?
Yeah.
Okay. So, the thing about that, the meaning of life, to enjoy it. Why would we suggest that suggests she's not an SI user? Okay. So you say that's not consistent with an INFJ. It's definitely consistent with NI, not SI. See how short the answer was? And that's true even when I'm asking her nice questions. She has single NI answers to things. So you might think that means she's an ISFP or an ISTP, and her NI is third slot. You might think she's an ESFP, but her NI is fourth slot, or an ESTP. But neither of those make any sense. Rachel, why do you love Eric? Yeah, I'm not asking the question. He is.
That's so easy. I love him because
Wait, come over here where you're close to the mic to answer this question.
Sorry. I'm making coffee.
Who's not answering questions? Why do you insist on insulting everybody? I'm happy to cooperate with all of your questioning and answer it. I'm perfectly happy to. This is not just Effie. No, it's not actually Effie. I'm not mad. I'm confused.
Here, I can answer very,
Okay, come sit down here.
very plainly.
If you don't want to be on camera, you don't have to be on
Oh,
camera.
it's fine. I don't. I love Eric because he's a very easy, loving partner to be with. He makes me laugh all the time. I learn from him almost every day. And there's just this ease between us that I've never had with anyone before.
Okay,
so that's why I love.
So of course, Fumble Hot, you still haven't given any reasons for anything. If you wanted to say, here's why an INFJ wouldn't answer like that, then go ahead and explain it. So this thing here, Fumble Hot says, your ego needs to be hurt. You need to suffer. I mean, this is the thing. What do you think I did for 41 years? You know, that's what I did for 41 years. And at 42, I quit drinking and I started getting right with myself in general. And so now I'm genuinely don't have insecurities anymore. Now, sometimes that manifests as an FE mistake, perhaps being perceived as arrogant, bold, whatever, immodest. A certain amount of presumptuousness and arrogance is necessary in the realization of self that I want to attain. So, yeah, you know. I mean, I don't know what you think comes across as a typical INFJ or what. I'm not interested in affect comparisons. If you want to tell me about why she's SI instead of NI, you'll be grasping for explanations. If you want to tell me why she's NE instead of NI, you'll be grasping for explanations. If you want to tell me, yeah, she's NI, but she's FI, you'll be grasping for explanations. And if you want to tell me she's a SE Dom, you'll really be grasping for explanations. So the bottom line is it's a process of elimination. No, well, you're not understanding things. Fumble Hot, when I was a drunk, I was the director of the most successful middle school program in the country for a good 5 years. So I didn't come from below average. I came from achieving at the very highest possible level, national championships, the director and architect of the most successful middle school program in the country for around 5 years.
Thanks.
So I am unaccustomed to, I was the director of the program. I wrote all the curriculum. I directed all the teachers. I trained the teachers. I also taught the kids. I've never really tried, actually.
Thanks, Alfate M and Chris Chapin.
I don't know any adults who want to learn debate. Yes, I will be running for president. I will raise at least $5,000, submit my thing to the Federal Elections Commission, and continue talking about it and trying to, continue pursuing my plan. In fact, I would have actually ended the live stream by now in order to get some work done that I plan to do I haven't done yet. But I'm going to have to make an exception for this stream because but the thing is, Fumble Hot, that's fine. If you were insulting me in ways that helped me to improve, I wouldn't have any problem with it. They wouldn't be insults. They'd be legitimate critiques. But if you're saying you're helping me to improve how I respond to mindless insults, that once you reach $5,000 in political donations, that's when you are required to report your candidacy to the Federal Elections Commission as part of election law. Okay, well, so you say you insult me so I can improve, and that I can't figure that out, but Okay. If you want to make an official political donation, though, don't do it here. And I'll direct you to my my campaign fund page on GoFundMe. I'll do it right now. And I will submit my papers forthwith. It's going to require me a little bit of TE from me because I haven't logged into this recently. Let's see if I've got my stuff saved or whatever. Oh, okay. So what happened to the $60 I had in my campaign fund for 2020? Did it get returned to the person? Because my campaign fundraiser for Eric Strauss President 2020 had $60 in it. And at that point, I realized, okay, I'm going to have to help with my mom and all that kind of stuff. And this isn't going to be really plausible for 2020. So I'm going to have to start a new fundraiser, which I will do right now. But I'm a little bit frustrated that I am that I'm not going to be able to do the branding on it yet, but that's okay. This is reason enough to push forward. Now, that's assuming you're serious. If you're serious, well, yeah, I mean, I definitely am. But what I'm saying is, if you're serious about that, I will do it now, half-assedly. It's on my list of things to do, you know, and because it's worth it to do it half-assedly. If you're not serious, I'm gonna continue on my plan that I've been working on, and you're not going to see a lot of results for that for a while because I am serious. If I weren't serious, I'd be talking a whole bunch about what I'm going to do. Of course I can. Of course I do. Of course I believe I can win the presidency. I 100,000,000% believe I'm the best person to be president.
Yeah, I do too.
So why wouldn't I believe I could win?
I actually watched a video where Eric talks about his presidency, and I was like, wow, he has so much conviction in his words. Like, I would definitely vote for him.
I mean, if you're testing to see my resolve, I appreciate that's fine. My resolve is unshakable. My resolve is built by the frequency with which I repeat narratives. I did actually run in 2020 until I had to pull out because it just wasn't going to be plausible. I determined, and for family reasons, relationship reasons, it was a very fucking complicated time with Kimberly and stuff. And it just wasn't the right time for me to run, it turned out. But I'm definitely running in 2024. And the one thing I regret is giving a February date, because what I did in February is realize, okay, this is going to be this is going to be a couple of months that I'm really ready to launch shit, because there's a lot of pre-work that needs to be done if you want to do it right. So no, you were just bluffing. So then, no, I'm not going to do that right now. I'll do it right, as was my plan.
I'm not going to STF you.
I mean, the thing is, The Rock is running. Okay, do I think I can get more votes than The Rock? I'm smarter than The Rock.
Yeah, he's definitely smarter.
But nevertheless, we're both morons, right?
No.
I mean, you made clear to me that I'm definitely a moron. I'm a dumb person, a child, somebody who's incapable of actually pulling anything like this off, somebody who's lying to himself or others, somebody who deep down knows, well, for all the reasons I've already articulated. The reason is this: I feel a genuine patriotic duty to restore this citizen democracy to the vision I was made to understand of it as a kid. I was raised in a home where my father talked a lot about politics, and he talked about it in a way that showed a lot of respect for the Supreme Court and stuff. Well, yeah, I genuinely am the best candidate. I've never had. This is the funny thing: people get offended by that statement. I've never heard a single person present me a better candidate, or even attempt to actually counter that statement, or to say, I mean, I'd like to think he talked to me about it because he loved me, but my dad doesn't tell me that.
No.
He tells me he plans to vote for Tulsi Gabbard, is that her name, or something like that?
Oh, I don't know.
So the reason being that a very TE reason. Well, she's got experience as governor. I mean, I agree that as a general rule, benefactors don't have respect for their beneficiaries very much. And I think it's a good idea for the beneficiary to try to earn the respect of the benefactor, because to earn the respect of the benefactor is to show better TE, better SE, because that's why they don't respect you, right? So for me, in my case, I agree with you that my dad doesn't respect me. I don't agree with you that has anything to do with me. He wants to vote for Tulsi Gabbard, is her name, I think. I mean, he never indicated anything of the sort. Every time we talk politics and discuss matters, we have very good conversations. Yeah. I do learn some things from him. He learns some things from me. I don't think she'll leave me. I actually believe that Rachel genuinely adores me.
I do.
Like, I feel super well loved.
God, I'm glad. I love you so much. I think you're the best. I love you.
I mean, I'd like to think she couldn't have done better, at least at the time we got together. Maybe she could do better now. I don't know. My point is, I don't frame things through that strange NI frame of I'm looking for to upgrade my partner like a car. Like I want to trade in my
I don't either.
85 for a 90 or something, No, I don't think about it like that. I hope she doesn't either.
I don't
which
either,
is to say,
no.
I think of our relationship as being the result of time invested and intimacy, and she's completely fake. She's someone who has nowhere else to go. It's kind of true that she has nowhere else to go. But what does that have to do with being fake?
Not being fake.
I mean, because look, it was absolutely true that she had nowhere to go when we were having lots of problems too.
Yeah.
And the first 6 months of our relationship was very volatile. She was always threatening to leave, break up with me. It was the pattern that I didn't like. I said, I refuse. I need someone who's in the boat with me, right? And then she'd sort of stabilize as far as mental health and be very apologetic about her lack of gentleness with my need for security too, So
we both need security.
Yeah. But the thing is, your warrant's wrong there, right?
This is like hurting my feelings.
Why don't you go not watch this program show? I want to address all these things because
it's fine.
The thing is, Fomaha, it's possible, and it is in fact really the case that Rachel and I have a magical thing here where it's true. She really needs me. And it's true that she'd be homeless without me or whatever. But it's also true that what I was looking for at the time was impossible to find. Namely, I was looking for a girlfriend who I really, really liked. And Rachel and I initially had limerence. I will eventually end up banning his ass if he keeps insulting Rachel. But I want to address this, okay? Because the reason I want to address it is this. Just because the realities are true about her needing me, the realities are equally true. The realities are equally true. Fucking.
What happened? I don't understand.
Realities are equally true that what I was looking for was very unreasonable for a partner. I wanted somebody that I liked a lot, found super attractive, and who was positioned so that she could come out here and basically live with me right away, who didn't have anything going on in her own life. I didn't think about it in those terms at the time, but that were actually my expectations. I mean, what makes you think Rachel is fucked up on pills? Does she seem drugged? She seems totally not drugged to me.
No, I feel like myself. I told Eric this like so long ago. I don't even have to explain myself.
I've seen her on too many drugs. I've seen her on not enough drugs. And I've gotten to see real Rachel.
Yeah.
Which is the drugs are what she needs to make her brain normal.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of us are on disability.
No.
We get no money from the government besides the COVID checks. We got a couple COVID checks.
And my name is spelled Rachel.
So not true. We are not on disability. We get no money from the government. We get no food stamps, something like that.
No. And I could. I've been hospitalized. So
go ahead, Funnel Hot. Explain now. No, that's not lies.
No, it's not lies.
I'm not a liar. I mean, the thing is, anybody who wants to tell me I'm lying is crazy. After I just said, it's true, actually, Rachel would be homeless if.
Yes, it's 100% true.
It's true. Yeah, those harsh truths are true. After I just said that, you're going to accuse me of being a liar. I get no money from the government. None.
Mm-mm.
None. I get no food stamps, no housing subsidy, no disability, no Social Security, nothing. Neither does Rachel. She has no health insurance. Neither of us has health insurance. Neither of us has dental insurance. And neither of us gets any money from the government. It's true that my father is well off. And in his later years, he not only doesn't mind having Rachel and I live here, he actually seems to appreciate it. Which is to say, he said to me just yesterday, I really don't like traveling when there's someone not at the house. I'm not lying. Rachel takes her medication that she has to take to make her brain normal. That's to say, she took one Prozac in the morning. She takes at night one olanzapine and half a Klonopin. And that's what she takes, and it makes her normal. Well, she's not on pills.
No. At Upton, Plates 48, Long Island is extremely expensive. I was never able to pay for my own apartment. And so because of that, I lived with my parents.
So this is the sort of honesty you get from me, right? Yeah, I live at my dad's house, and it's really lucky because I don't have to pay any rent. So if I did, I'd have to spend a lot more energy making money. Okay, well, no. I mean, the thing is, Hambone, I'm not indulging this BS because he gave me money. Because he gave me so much money, it makes this BS interesting enough for me to continue indulging it a little while longer. But I'm about to end this
I'm
string.
just trying to understand.
Because that's the thing. It's like I have never met somebody who would give somebody else $500 to be given more rope to insult them without any actual point. So I keep expecting him to get to an actual point.
Like, what was the
Okay, I
change?
agree with you, James C. Normally that's the case. I'm trying to fix that. I acknowledge that's a problem of mine in the past, and I'm trying to fix that. In this case, it's a very but however, I will continue doing this if every troll donates $500. I mean, the thing is, I've had nothing. This is the other thing to factor in too. Prior to yesterday or today or whenever the first conflict happened, I had nothing but very positive. It seems like see eye to eye kind of conversations with them.
Yeah.
So that's why it's shocking.
It
and
is
so it's like
shocking.
I really would like to understand it. What was the event that prompted you to realize, fuck, I was wrong this whole time? Yeah.
Right.
What was the event that made you realize that?
I would like to know as well. That's my question.
That's if I would just get that question answered, I'd be satisfied and I could end the conversation. Because I have no explanation for this. He seemed perfectly sane and also basically an ally.
Yeah.
Across the board and a fan, all up until all of a sudden, it's complete insane 180 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know what happened.
Yes,
I mean, I'm extremely curious. Anytime somebody trolls in ways that are obviously trolls, I ban them. So if Leaf Trimmer trolled in a different account, I banned that account. Like I said, if somebody comes in and trolls in unacceptable ways, I ban that account. So it doesn't matter who it is. You are your account, not your person. Why does that tell you that I'm an idiot, though?
You never expressed these things before. Like,
yeah, you still haven't answered my question. So that was a thing when I disagreed with you about Leaf Trimmer having multiple hidden accounts to troll me with. That's the thing that made you do all this? Then go ahead and teach me. So far, all you've done is insulted me. You know, it's like you certainly, you say you're willing to teach me and you have much to teach me, but no, I haven't learned anything from this except I still don't get it. I need much more arguing with someone who doesn't meaningfully answer my questions or provide explanations for anything. No, I need a lot less of that, actually. Okay, well, I've never claimed to be here to teach you anything. I don't claim to be I live stream because I like to live stream. I don't say, hey, I'm live streaming to teach everybody something. I'm not interested in teaching people things. That's my job. How can I convince you Leaf Trimmer is the troll? It's not about Leaf Trimmer. Well, the thing is, we can't know definitively if Leaf Trimmer is the troll because there's no way, unless you have a concrete piece of linkage, like, look, this guy, this account, all go to blah, 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 and you build a case, then fine, I'm willing to be convinced. But we can't know just on our intuition that we're right about something like that. So we operate accordingly. We treat every account like an individual, not every person. I mean, so, he's won with dollars because, and I don't think Leaf Trimmer has $500 to toss at me.
No.
What evidence? Who am I accusing of what? What evidence am I presenting? You're the one making a bunch of claims about me.
So weird. I mean, you know, you donated like $100 like here or there. Seriously nice. Like,
oh, I see. It's the second half of your analogy. Then let's let all the criminals go because all of your evidence based on accusations. That's not true. There are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. And if you build a strong enough circumstantial case, then all we can bend. You haven't built any case, neither circumstantial nor direct evidence.
I'm definitely not gonna shut the fuck up. Like, no one tells me to shut the fuck up.
Did he say that? Oh, him. Yeah, that's the STFU, I see. So 95% is witness. You are a moron.
Come at me, bro.
Huh.
I thought you were a friend. Like, you would come around here and we'd have like interesting conversations. There was no inclination that you were upset with Eric or the channel at all.
I guess the bottom line is it's this. The other day I gave a speech that said like, they went like this. Leaf Trimmer maybe meow, 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 but I believe him to be honest. I trust him. I think he's on my side. Maybe I shouldn't value that, but I do.
Oh, okay.
And he strongly disagrees with me about Leaf Trimmer being on my side.
Oh.
Now, keep in mind, Formal Hut, I've been here for every interaction that I've had with Leaf Trimmer. And so you've missed some of them, right? So let's begin with the fact that I've got a larger pool of data to access. And let's then go to...
What's going on?
Okay, that's enough. You're done. You haven't provided any reasons. You haven't meaningfully. I mean, okay, Funnel Hot. It's true. You're right. You could possibly have watched every single live stream that Leaf Trimmer's in here with. If so, I'm just even more curious. After being that much of a fan, that committed to this, how our disagreement about Leaf Trimmer or your belief that I'm naive about Leaf Trimmer could provoke this incredibly strong response. I just don't get it. Even if I am wrong about Leaf Trimmer and I'm too trusting and I made a mistake, why would that make you so angry? You know?
Since Mom, I would like your interpretation of Enneagram 7 INFJ. I think you would have some insight.
I want people's explanations of Fall Mahat. Somebody explain this to me. I want somebody to explain it.
After the streams where he would donate, I was always like, oh, that is so nice. And there was nothing that like indicated that he wasn't at least like enjoying the conversation in this live chat.
Yeah, so this is my general call to all 31 people here. Please offer your explanation. Okay, so Oliver Ryan hand posits could be Queen's Gambit. I guess, is he willing to pay $500 to? But the thing is, it was Formal Hot that earlier until I removed the wrench from him. So the initial instance of this, hello? Is this Formal Hot? Sure, let's talk. I mean, it sounds like you're drunk. Do you want me to operate? Do you want? No. Listen, hey. If you listen, look, I'm not telling.
Because, like, I mean, you're a coke addict on legal cocaine, and you expect me to feel bad because I may or may not be on an influence?
No, I was actually Follow Hot. I was actually going to do a solid and say, "Are you sure you want this online?"
No. You can take a live stream. It's perfectly fine with me.
Okay, that was my actual motivation. Okay, go ahead.
So what I'm trying to say here, Eric, is I'd like to really get to know the person who wants to be a president.
Sure. What would you like to ask me?
I'd like to ask you, what in the world do you think you're going to do on the day that the whole world shakes your hand and says, you're the president, have at it. What do you do?
Well, I start filling my cabinet positions, of course. I've had my transition team in place before I got, in the period between the getting elected and actually becoming the president-elect. I mean, the functioning president. I've put together a transition team who's helped me select cabinet. And we go through that process as a group of prioritizing things. I've got a number of things prioritized that I have in my my platform online, which you can read. And that will basically be the framework through which we discuss our plan of action as to which things we want to implement. And also remind everybody there that as president, we are executives, which means we need to be able to be reactive to things happening in real time. We're not just there to change the way the country operates, right?
This is why I like you. You are an incredibly good-hearted person. This is why I love you. This is why I give you money. I don't need your fucking money. Here's the real reality of the situation, which you will never seem to comprehend, is that you actually think if this were legitimately elected, that you could actually make a difference. That's the problem here. You do not realize what's really going on in the world. You are creating an illusion for yourself. You're lying to yourself and to the entire whatever population that follows you to actually think you're smart enough to be a fucking president. You don't even realize that a president doesn't have any pull in this fucking country. That's my problem with you, Eric. That's why I call you a fucking idiot. Because you do not realize the most obvious fucking things that should be right in front of your fucking face.
Okay. Well, oh, he hung up. I mean, my point is, if nothing else, the president has the bully pulpit. They get quoted a lot, and I believe in the power of narrative change, the way people talk about politics and so forth.
Yeah,
So,
you know what you're talking about.
I don't believe in this whole sort of shadow government makes it impossible for real idealists like me to actually become president. I don't buy into that. Maybe I'm naive. Maybe I'll discover that there is actually such a thing, and it precludes me from being president. But nevertheless, like I said, I'm an idealist who genuinely believes that I have a patriotic duty to make my serious effort to become president of the United States. Yeah. I truly believe I'm the best qualified. Mm-hmm. I mean, Tomo, accuse me of being naive or something if you'd like.
Yeah.
But I'm not. You just can't. You're not going to sell anybody on the idea that I'm actually dumb or a moron. Just because, even if I'm less intuitive than you, let's say I'm not intuitive. If you want to, go ahead. I'm not trying to limit your voice at all. I'm trying to be responsive to everything you say. Who knows I'm an idiot? Who is this person who knows who are these people who know I'm an idiot? Everyone. I wish everyone knew I was an idiot, because that would mean everybody knew me and I could change that perception. I don't think most of the people here, I don't think most of my subscribers would agree with the statement that I'm an idiot. Although, I tell you what, I will put up a poll, even though I don't doubt that you're going to win on this poll. Am I an idiot? Yeah. Is host Eric an idiot? Question mark. Yes? No. I'll put up that poll right now. Okay? And we'll see what people think. I think we'll probably do better than if we were to actually and honestly. Well, I agree with you, Funnel Hot. Obviously, it's not a scientific poll of any sort. And you're going to get a lot more people saying, yes, Eric's an idiot, than if you were to actually talk to people who take a disinterested calculus about it. But I will definitely make that poll, and it'll be fun to see. It's a great poll idea. I think
Yeah.
that poll might just be my most high performing poll ever. So I will do that. Is host Eric an idiot? Yes or no? Those are the two options.
Yeah, I think that's a really good one to put up. We'll see. We'll have these people speak.
But dummy, because I think the algorithm is going to punish me for if I use the word idiot.
Mm-hmm. I guess we already know what I think.
Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Is host Eric actually smart or is host Eric actually smart? That way people can say,
That's perfect.
yes, he is. No, he's not.
Great. And posted.
There you go. Is host Eric actually smart? Yes or no?
Stop billing.
We're not on disability. Like, I do work. I just don't have to work very much right now. I'm sure you would love to get to work as little as I do. I agree. We're very fortunate. I talk to Rachel about this all the time, how lucky we are to have life set on easy mode.
I think so
It
too.
allows me the latitude I need to actually follow through on what I'm going to do, because, you know, it is a very challenging thing to do. You need to have a lot of free time. You need to have the
I feel grateful every single day, like literally every single day. And if I don't tell Eric, I am praying. Like, I don't get why. Like, what's going on? Like,
the other thing is, from Hot, I want to stress this. The reason I said you sound drunk was not to condemn you and say, therefore, we shouldn't listen to you because you're drunk. It was genuinely to say, should I do this? Are you sure you want me to do this? You're going to regret this tomorrow if you are drunk. It's genuinely what I was thinking. I was not I'm not a coke addict. I don't do cocaine. I haven't done cocaine in at least 2 years. And then prior to that, I hadn't done it for like 20 years. So I've done it once in the last like 25 years.
I have a question. Hot. Did you like binge watch a lot of like TWFP videos like back to back and like hear stuff that you didn't like? Because this is really coming out of like left field. Like, I'm very confused. Why all of a sudden?
The thing is, if you've done lots of drugs, then you would know that what I take would properly be wrongfully named legal meth, not legal coke. There's nothing like coke at all. Coke's a shitty drug. I mean, you totally got the drug wrong. If you were going to make any kind of claim that had any validity at all, you'd say it was legal meth, not legal coke. Well, look, this is a one-time event, right? So we're gonna let it play out.
Yeah, I think we should let it play out.
That's not what I said, Hot. I said I'm not on coke, and I'm not on anything that could reasonably be called legal coke. If you wanted to reasonably call it something, you'd call it legal meth.
Facts.
I mean, you're right. Fortunately, destinations aren't permanent. This was exactly what my life was for. Nor a legal equivalent to it, though, right? My point was, if you're going to accuse me of being on a illegal drug, then coke is the wrong drug. It's not technicality king. It matters since you're defaming me with lies. right? So it does matter a little bit that it's reasonable for me to expect you to be precise since everything you're saying is defamatory. I don't take Ritalin.
What
Jesus
is
fucking
going
Christ.
on?
Well, I'm just pointing out that if you're gonna defame me, I will admit everything that's true. Okay, I will admit everything that's true, but be precise and say true things. I won't. I don't lie. I'm not gonna lie to
he
you.
doesn't lie.
You, despite the fact that you claim to have good intuition, when I told you we don't get on any disability or any money from the government, you didn't believe me. So, and yet your intuition was wrong. We genuinely don't get any money from the government, except, as I indicated, there's a couple of COVID checks. So, but that was what your intuition told you, right? Was that we get money from the government? Rachel does, or I do? You were intuitively certain about it. Well, you're wrong about this. We get zero money from the government. And this is from people who admit all kinds of stuff that might be embarrassing to people.
Seriously.
Nope. They all tell me how I was the best teacher they ever had. That's the actual truth.
Yeah, it's true. When we were at Berkeley last year, he had a former debate kid come up to him and tell him how much his coaching helped him, and then he was able to coach his sister, and she went.
And she went on to be. Well, she didn't win nationals or TOC that year, but she had the most TOC bids in history in that event.
Yeah.
Which means she won all the big tournaments during the year, but she busted out in like quarters at nationals or something.
Yeah. So
it's like that whole family embraced debate because of me, and it's always very emotional for me when former debaters come up to me and tell me how much their life was changed by debate, how much they appreciate me and stuff. Nobody's willing to file a lawsuit against me. Everybody loves me. All my clients love me. All the kids love me. Nobody's interested in filing any kind of lawsuit. Nobody's ever accused me of any impropriety. The impropriety I was accused of, which was false for when I got fired, was saying, I forget what the exact term was, but it was language that was negatively, like talking shit about the company. Except the evidence that she provided was in an email from me to her, an internal email that was entirely private, so it didn't qualify as that. That's the impropriety I got accused of. That's the best she could come up with. And she was willing to lie her ass off. The best she could come up with was that I spoke, I wish I could remember what the word of it is. It's a legal term. I was contractually prohibited from which is talking shit about the company to outsiders. And I didn't do that. In fact, the evidence she cited was from an email I sent to her, an internal email, in which, yes, I spoke harshly to her because she was engaged in shady bullshit. Then she breached contract, fired me, told the parents of my elementary school class that I had moved away.
Oh my gosh.
And then when 2 months later, I went to the elementary tournament and I won that shit, it destroyed her elementary public forum program because all the parents wanted me. They paid for me. And then she pulled a fast switcheroo and fired me after she collected all their second semester checks. Okay? You don't believe me? How about I find a video from like a few days after it happened where I'm talking about it? How about I find a video where I'm ranting about what my boss did from back then? Would that prove anything to you? Your critiques of me at some point, Palma Hot, should motivate you to look in the mirror. And that's it. We're done. 37 people. I hate to quit when we got 38 people. I hate to quit when we're doing this. Palma Hot, I will admit, you are helping me dramatically today, both in terms of money and in terms of excitement, because plus the title, I guess, we have 37 people here. It's very difficult to get to that for me these days. So Okay, yeah, okay, we won't go.
We
We
won't
won't quit.
go.
You know what? I am going to take
No,
another
we shouldn't.
intermission. I'm
That's
going to take another intermission, though.
That's a great idea.
So if you hate intermissions, I'm sorry, but that's
Would
what
you
we're
like
doing.
some more coffee?
Mine still has a fair amount in
Oh,
it. Legends Fall, if you're still here, or Octavia Silver, or some other moderator, if he gets abusive, don't be afraid to time him out, but please don't ban him.
Don't ban him, just time him out.
I've just been sad. I gave up long ago. Was sometimes mad, but bad was all I'd ever know. Since sad was all I'd been, I'd only mope and pout until I met a man named Ken who showed me how to whisper shout. I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best, I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. I've just been sad, I gave up long ago. Was sometimes mad, but bad was all I'd ever know. Since sad was all I'd been, I'd only mope and pout until I met a man named Ken who showed me how to whisper shout. I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. I'm rich. I've just been sad, I gave up long ago. I'm the greatest. Was sometimes mad, but bad was all I'd ever know. I'm the greatest. And sad was all I'd been, I'd only mope and pout. I'm the best. Till I met a man named Ken who showed me how to whisper shout. I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. Rachel.
Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate blaming. You blame things on Scott, despite getting caught. He's got you reframing for him, straining for him. Going to the gym, make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lots invested. She wasn't perfect, could never skip. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up. Find higher ground. So he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate blaming. You blame things on Scott, despite getting caught. He's got you reframing for him, straining for him.
Going to the gym, make yourself good enough again. Be done with him.
Maybe it's trying to let us know something.
Avoid my question.
Boy, this is an appropriate one.
Get pinned down. That your argument is neither relevant nor sound.
I've heard this song in a while. Wow, that was the first time I felt like we were like an older couple.
Has faded. You've begun making an aided error. Can you make a sound? Based on just a little loop, round and round it goes. I wonder if you heard me at all. You're the one who rang me up. Did you really think I wasn't gonna answer the call?
So appropriate.
Everybody thinks they're immune,
But they're not.
been down before, I have been up at last. I can tell you from experience, it's at best momentary repast. That reasoning just don't fly.
That reasoning just don't fly.
You're guilty of some sort of intellectual treason, and I'm putting you to death. Fuck yeah! Get in the box, bitch! Hell's not gonna say ain't no salvaging this one.
There ain't no salvage in this one, I'm afraid.
All the people with their arguments state their claims with such confidence, yet or not they know things as yet to be ascertained. All the people with their arguments state their claims with such confidence, yet or not they know things as yet to be ascertained.
What a perfect song. Of course, that's the thing that INFJs go, haka chaka 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 haka chaka 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 haka chaka ipara de tala da pa haka chaka pata papata karate tata karate girl has gotcha. Okay. So, all the people with their arguments state their claims with such confidence, if or not they know things has yet to be ascertained.
Well, now everyone knows that I pee in the sink.
Oh, do they see you? I'm
Yeah,
sorry, baby.
Okay.
I didn't even think about it. I totally didn't think about it. I didn't snort anything. I mean, the thing is, we're not, when I take intermissions, we're not like doing lines back here or anything. Is that what you're intuiting? We smoked a couple bowls and talked about the fact that we're out of weed almost. Normally, we totally are not true, Famo Hot. I took my prescribed dosage of Adderall this morning, 2 15 milligram pills. Yesterday, I took 1 in the morning. So your perceptions of my drug addiction are vastly overimagined. Well, that's what I was going to say, Famo Hot. We are going to go to the weed store and get weed tonight. I normally wait till tomorrow because we have enough to stretch till tomorrow. But I do want to reassure everybody that when I go to the weed store tonight, I will be spending Formal Hot's money and not the government's. Okay. I really dislike that accusation, which is patently false, and you haven't retracted yet. Neither Rachel or I received any money from the government. No, you live in the NI loop. You live in the NI, whatever the letter combinations for alcohol are loop.
And the thing is too, like I do like somewhat like feel bad because I've had my like manic moments on here and it's not pretty. So like I feel like bad, but
No, he doesn't suffer. I guarantee you that my dad is not suffering.
no, his dad's doing great.
It is true that I am the beneficiary of a nice situation. Okay, it's absolutely the case. But that doesn't make me a bad person either. I mean, remember from a lot prior to coming back here, I lived on my own and had a family and a house. I rented for 20 years. I worked 60-hour weeks, all that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm the most healthy I've ever been. And also, I probably validate less now on the scales you're using here than I ever have before. So, I mean, from a hot, I created all the curriculum and the program architecture for a school that started from scratch based on my idea that the boss came to me to talk to me about. I built the program up from nothing into the most successful middle school debate program in the country for approximately a period of 5 years. So what are you talking about? You're here to show me suffering? Oh. Here's the best explanation. Formal Hot, they were human beings, Formal Hot. Your point was that I've never had any real skills. Note that I was the director. I was in charge of all the staff. We had quite a bit of staff. I had to travel to Shanghai to open up a new school in Shanghai, train all the staff there. I was a boss first and foremost. That's the part of the job I didn't like so much. You know? Why you have to be poor and homeless people? Why you have poor and homeless if you're so rich your country is? Because countries aren't rich, people are. I should be so happy that I attracted you. I'm happy. I am happy that I attracted you. I'm happy for everybody who comes and engages with me.
Yeah, genuinely.
Genuinely, I've appreciated it for a long time. I don't say so much anymore, but I really appreciate everyone's attention. You know, it's like when I first got attention on YouTube, I realized, oh, I was really desperate for attention. And it's kind of a hard thing to come to realize because, of course, that doesn't play well. I mean, Cloud, are you trying to get him banned? It's subtle, but not going to happen. No. You absolutely define the narrative of this stream in a really fantastic and interesting way. And I greatly appreciate that. But like I said before, it don't entitle you to shit. Cloud, this is your last time out. Next time you're banned. I've already played Give Cloud Rope before. I know what that game turns into. I don't disrespect you. I've never not respected you. I've never disrespected you. Because you're not correctly managing your frames of reference. Okay, so Cloud is being adjudicated on the fact that he's already been banned for a long-standing pattern of bad behavior and spitefulness. And if he displays it again, as I am patiently allowing him to be here still under a new account with a different name, he will quickly get banned again.
Yep.
Fumble Hot, this is the end of a very interesting and short narrative, beginning yesterday and ending at the end of this stream. So I'm still interested in it. If you're not, I understand, but it's very, vastly, very different. Okay, well, I'm assuming you typed that stuff until I gave you my explanation. You're mixing frames. This is still interesting as an event. So you're right. In terms of behavior, I should ban him right away. But like I said, the reason I don't want to ban him is because this is still, okay, it was this morning, because this is still interesting to me as an event. And this video, in other words, I'm prioritizing this video over the general application of the rules of the chat, okay? This is a special case. I'm making a special pleading argument, which is justified in this case because it genuinely is a special case. And so, but regardless, I'm going to end it now because, like I said, we're going to the wheat store. Okay, but again, Bantavio Silva, you're ignoring everything that's happened prior to now. Well, to a certain extent, that's true, Fumble Hot. I've said before, I have had, my life's been on easy mode, been set on easy mode. Note, what you're doing here is not impacting me in the way I think that you hope it will. In other words, you say you've learned nothing from me. I've learned some things tonight, but I learned some things from you, I guess. But I haven't learned anything about me from you. I don't want you to say anything. I'm not asking for you to praise me. When you critique me, I ask you, can you please explain why I deserve that critique? I'm not asking you to praise me or affirm me at all. Okay, well, is it possible you were sober for a long time and today you went off the wagon? I don't know whether I should do this to him or not, really. Do you want the floor? I got the mic here. I can put the phone in front of it if you want it.
It's not about the floor. You need to understand that I do what I do because I believe in you.
Well, thank you, Fumble Hot.
I don't care what you think of me, and I don't care what I have said that makes you think any differently. And I don't even care if you think I'm sober or not.
Well, I've got some good news for you.
That you have an incredible potential that you are not living up to. That is the problem with you. You want to laugh, but the reality of the situation is you don't understand what you are portraying to the world.
I don't understand what I'm portraying to the world. Oh, he hung up. Okay, well, that's possible that I'm not correct about how I'm perceived. I would believe that's
How are you perceived?
I mean, I don't really have a whole lot of thoughts about that, but to the extent that I have opinions about how I'm perceived, it tends to be kind kind of in local chunks. I tend to ignore the forest for the trees. So I'll think about how this video makes me be perceived, maybe, but not so much about how I'm perceived holistically. So I think that's a fair critique, that I should pay attention more to the whole. But of course, that's actually, the channel we're currently working on, which we actually would have worked on tonight but this is fine. This is fine. We're working on is intended to resolve all those kind of critiques. The new channel that we're making is typologically based, is purposefully designed and intended to maximize outcomes, maximize NISE, be continually consistent across time, and do it the same format time and time and time again. So the thing is, I agree with you about focusing too much on the trees at the expense of the forest, and recognizing that talking with famous people was always going to have a low ceiling because it's too ill to find a forest. Has been part of my growth arc. I recognize that, and I'm currently in the process of addressing it. Okay? You're just going to have to be okay with the fact that you're not going to see any results for that for a while, because it's a lot of pre-work. If you are an INFJ, you are TE polar, and you probably don't get exactly what that means, but there's a lot of ordinal shit you got to do first, that like make lists and figure out, okay, I need to get this thing on the checklist done, this thing on the checklist done, and I need to do these things I have to do before I launch, these things I can do after I launch. It's a lot more complicated than I expected until I actually started working on it. And now that I started working on it, I realized, okay, this is going to be a slog. It's going to be a couple months of prep work, maybe not quite that much, before I can really start showing results to people. And that's exactly what's hamstrung me heretofore, is an unwillingness to do that. I don't like projects that I can't see the end of the tunnel at. So I'm working on a song. So, okay, this will be done in like 2 days, I bet, at most. Now I've extended to that. It used to be I couldn't work on a song for more than one sitting, basically. I could work on a long sitting, and then at the end of it, I said, okay, it's done. And that, because I knew I wasn't going to come back to it. Or sometimes I just come back to it the next morning or whatever. But now I can actually extend that for a few days. But what I have to do to be successful is to transition into what I am doing now, which is like doing things TE right, which means it's going to be a while till you see that I'm doing things TE right. If I were doing things TE wrong, I'd be more concerned about proving it to you than to actually doing the work. So that's just not going to happen. Now, I am mad at myself because I didn't get done today what I told myself I was going to get done, but I'm going to give myself a 1 day pass because of this very unique live stream. Now I'm going to draw this to a close and go get weed. Thanks for being here, and don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. Super exciting live stream.
Yeah.